parikrama, where all of you are going to be performing the sequence of the 308 asanas. So let's get started by invoking Swamiji's presence and chanting the Sadguru Vandanam. I request all of you to sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Fold your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. We are now going to chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 We are now going to perform the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, please take the Panchapatram and Uddharani in your hands. Take one Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and pour it onto the center of your right palm. Then, along with the chanting of the mantra, drink the water from the palm 3 times. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Swada. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Swada. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Swada. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now, with the base of the thumb, wipe the lower and upper lips. Then wash your hands. Now, with the index, middle, and ring fingers together, touch the lower and upper lips. Then wash your hands. With the tip of the thumb and index finger joined together, touch both your nostrils, right and then left. Then touch your eyes with the tip of the thumb and ring finger joined together, right and then left. Touch your ears with the tip of the thumb and the ring finger joined together. Touch your navel center with the little finger and the thumb joined together. Then your right and left chest. Wash your hands. Then, with the tips of all your fingers, touch the crown of the head and both shoulders, right and then left, and then your heart center. Wash your hands. We are now going to be chanting the Sankalpa, the conscious declaration. Please place the right palm on top of the left and place them on your right thigh. Mamopata samasta duritakshaya dwara Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. We sincerely complete. Let us now start with the conscious declaration, the Sankalpa. Please place your right hand on top of your left and place your hands on your right thigh. ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्थे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे नेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ मघा सिंहमासे शुक्लपक्षे त्रयोदश्यां शुभदितौ शुक्रवासरयुक्तायां मघानक्षत्र धृतियोग कौलवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र छामर श्री छिन्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परम तकलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा निर्हार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुत्थित श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिणमत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमन इक्ष्वाक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरुकुल पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं कृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now please take Nudhani of water from the Panchapatram and wash your hand. Om Apaupasprisya. Now please place your Panchapatram away from your mat. We are now going to be entering into the first 108 asanas, starting with Sukhasana. Sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring the index and thumbs together and place on top of your respective knees and engage all the three bandhas. Visualize Lord Paramashiva in your inner space. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Now, bring your legs into Padmasana. Bring the palms together, raise them above your head. Keep your elbows straight and engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Mount Kailash in your third eye. Parvatasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत् कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Now, bring the soles of your feet together in the front. Hold the left hand by the right and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to your nose. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye. Halipavasana. पूर्व विधियाहु मे जानो उभे पगतलि संपुटटानो पुष्टिपचेदो कल्यावो दक्षिणकरसो वामगहावो. Now, keep the soles of your feet together and forehead to the ground behind your heels. Stretch your hands out in front of the feet and cup your palms, making a hollow. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha and gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake in Nagi Pavasana. पूरभ विधि परियागाने नीचो होई कहो निपनास्यो लगाई हाथ आगाने धरित लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. Now, hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards, then cross them back down into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च. Now, place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold your opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Rotate your arms in a circle and gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in Nithyananda. Goda Bava Padaki Ashama Hili Soye Dachicharanako Varilo Tapari Gulapa Samoye Vama Padako Mahilo Bahura Gulapa Jujana Tapari Goda Dachiki Amsabarali Thana. Now, press your hands onto the ground, letting your hips go up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward, down again and again in a dynamic movement. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as an elephant in Gajasana. Nibjam padagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuya mastakagre hattatalo nidhaya nitambam urdhvam unnamaya nabhi laksham bhumau nasika maniya hastatala pariyantam naye tittam punaf punaf kuryat Gajasanam bhavati. Now keep your hands pressed onto the ground with your hips up high. Alternate pressing the heel of the foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat again and again in a dynamic movement. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana. Ekaikam padama kuncha gajasanam kuryat Rikshasana bhavati. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes. Keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line and bring the middle, index and ring fingers to the heart center. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Vaishyasana. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत् कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Now we are going to be performing the first karana, the Urdhvajanu karana. Now stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards in the Aramandi at a 45-degree angle. Keep your knees bent both your hands at the chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center and raise it up and back across the body to back to the original position. Simultaneously, as the leg raises, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and across the body. Repeat on the other side. Next is Balalingasana. Interlace the fingers from outside in and hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your spine straight and engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself caressing a baby in Balalingasana. Ekam jano harisiya linge sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now bring that foot and pull it back to behind and towards your buttocks. Hold it with both your hands. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now, with that respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from the inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with your index and thumb together. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. Relax your foot back down. And we are going to repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Ekam janu urisiya lingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Bring your foot back in Padapidanasana. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now lean forward and kick the respective leg back in Natarajasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे. We are now going to perform the second karana, the Ardharechita karana. Sit in the Aramandi posture with your heels together, toes pointing outwards with your knees bent. Bring the right foot behind with the other toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. While the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Place the right hand over the nose, uncross the ankles, and repeat it on the other side. Now, we are going to perform the skeleton dance. Visualize your whole body as a skeleton. Visualize your whole body as pure skeleton and start shaking intensely. Let your body completely, thoroughly shake. Yes. Now relax. Walk up and down slowly. Relax. The next is the Patichana Karana, the third Karana. Now sit in the Aramandi posture and bring your hands above the head with your arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move your hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. And come back to the beginning position and repeat on the other side. Now stand back up tall with stand tall on the tips of the toes and raise your hands above the head beside the ears. Engage all three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a palm tree in Tadasana. Mahamudra Baddha Kona Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Tantarvatni Patipriya. Now relax back down into Uttanasana. Lean forward, bringing the hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas. In the Mahamudra Bandha, bring your forehead towards your knees and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye. Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kurya Tantarvatni Patipriya. Now, keep your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step your feet back, keeping your toes on the ground. Suck the chin into the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your head from side to side. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Tarakshvasana. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नये तरक्श्वासनं भवति. Now relax your body, lower it down onto the stomach and keep your toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat. Engage all three bandhas in the Mula Bandha. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana. अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तं मदो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां चदरा धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षः पनीवहि. Now, from a tall plank position, from this position, bring yourself into a plank position on your hands and feet. Alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest, back and forth. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Shashasana. गजासन संस्थितौ जानद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति. Now from this same position, place one foot between the hands and simultaneously jump with your foot alternating back and front again and again. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana. गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं गतासनं भवति. Now, keep one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing forwards and knees bent at a 90-degree angle. Extend the other leg back, keeping the knee straight and toes pointed out in a 45-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel beside your ears. Pull the stomach in and up, gaze towards the third eye, and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra in Veerabhadrasana. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now we are going to repeat Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Place your other foot in front of you at a 90-degree angle with your arms up. Pull your stomach in and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Vasishtamatakaundinyam urdhakukkatameva cha ashtavakramatottanam mayuram setubandhanam. The next is Vrikshasana. Stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring your palms together and raise them up and above the head, keeping your elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze forward. Visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana. वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now, standing tall, place one foot on the opposite hip. Bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center and keep your other standing leg as straight as a rod. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. We are now going to repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now we're going to repeat Garudasana on the other side. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Now, keep both the feet on the ground. Stand and step one leg far back. Keep front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Keep your arms straight and bring the front arm down towards the ground beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे. We are now going to repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे. We are now going to perform the fourth Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Having stood on the fore part of the foot, the heel is made to fall on the ground. Continue. Keep your hands in front of your chest with your fingers spread out wide and alternate along with your foot in a dynamic movement. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now, lower down onto the tips of the toes, placing your perineum on the back of the heels. Keep your knees and palms together. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Angushtasana. कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Now, from the tips of your toes, extend one leg straight out with your heels down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the side, palms facing forward. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Saurasana. Prasadyekam padatalam samsthapyatvekapadakam. We are now going to repeat Vidhananasana on the other side. Extend your arm out front and hold on to the big toe. Visualize yourself as Swamiji. गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसेत् शोभयत्र. We are now going to repeat Saurasana on the other side. प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्. Now Vidhananasana on the other side. गुल्फस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसेत् शोभयत्र. Now, bring your feet together, keep your toes on the ground, and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep the gap between your legs and the back of the hands resting on the sides. Tilt your head down and gaze through the gap between the palms. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Brahmajarankushasana. दो पना पानी हो ये वैसे एडी दो गुदा निवेसे कोरपग थल्या की माहिली आपस माही राशे मिली. The next is Kapilasana. Place your knees on the ground with your toes tucked behind, sitting the perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs, pull your stomach in and up and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Mahamuni. Kapilasana. उभे पगतलि समटहरावे तिनको माहिली कोर मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ होय वैसे एड़ी दो जोनि निवेशे. Next is Bhadragorakasana. Place your knees on the ground in the same position and gaze towards your third eye, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye. दो पगथली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वार टिक बेसे. Now, sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on top of your raised heels with your knees off the ground. Bring the thumbs and little fingers together, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Raise your arms straight above the head and gaze towards the hole between the palms. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana. एडी दो गदातरी आने फना पानी बेटक पुनिठाने गोडा जंग हदर करे रहे आडे बामसी विद कहे. Now, relax back down into Mandukasana. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् मण्डुकासनम्. Now, in this same position, bring your hands up and above your head, touching the opposite shoulders. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bekavaduttanam etadutthana mandukam. Now, cross your ankles and sit on your feet. Keep your knees wide, fingers spread on top. Open your mouth wide, stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose and repeat several times. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्पेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च. Now, Sit on the heels under the perineum and keep your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back and hold the big toes. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha and gaze towards your nose, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Bhadrasana. गुल्पौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Now, squat and keep your feet flat on the ground with your knees open wide. Bring your arms in and around the back and interlace your fingers behind. Gaze towards your nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandi Asana. प्रथमे वे सकुगुरठाने दो हाथ पगाम्य च्याने तिनको मोडिनल्यम परिल्यावे पृष्ठपचे काकसी करावे. Now place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees on the back of the arms towards your armpits. Lean your chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Kani Pavasana. Asana Kaugana Shidashita Hoi to Achi Hoi. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of the head onto the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring your knees onto your elbows, hips over the shoulder, and then straighten your legs up. Gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Kapalyasana. शीर्षशीर्षाधरति टेकी पगदो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे पगतले आकाश दिशा मुशराशे दो हाथा की हथेली. Now, squat on your toes with your legs together. Twist your body and place both your hands onto one side. Align your elbows with your knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze towards your third eye. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a peacock in Parshvamayurasana. Mayuram dandavat kuryan, mayuram dandanamakam kuryan, mayuram parshvabhyam, mayura parshvanamakam. Now repeat Parshvamayurasana on the other side. मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्. Now, place both your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tarakshasana. Then step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze towards your third eye, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana. Asana Kaugana Piti Jai. Now let's repeat this asana on the other side. Asana Kaugana Piti Jai. Next is Unmukha Pitasana. Relax your forearms onto the ground and walk your feet forwards, raising your hips up. Lift your chest, head up, gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism while engaging the Mula Bandha in Unmukha Pitasana. Bhunyastau Janani Hastau Chatushpadam Avanmukham Utta Pitangri Ugalam Katistalam Abhiruka. Now, place one palm onto the ground and raise the other opposite hand up. Keep your balancing hand directly beneath the shoulders. Raise your hips up and gaze towards the sky. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Sage Vasishta in Vasishtasana. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठं मरीचहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं ज्योधरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Now repeat Vasishtasana onto the other side. ऊर्ध्व कुक्कुटवासिष्ठं मरीचहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं ज्योधरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Now relax your body down into Anjaneyasana. Sitting with your legs stretched, toes pointing up, bring your hands under the buttocks, palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows to the body. Tuck your chin in towards your chest. Gaze to the nose. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. दो करके उभे हथेली कोरवारिली में ले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली में निराशे. Now sit with your legs straight, stretched out, and bend from the waist and hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Paschimotthasana. Jano parilalatam tu paschimam tanam uchyate yena kena prakarena sukham daryam cha jayate. Now sit with your legs straight and apart, clasp your hands behind the head and lean your chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. Swapanibhyam dridam dhritva janu parishironyaset asano gramidam proktam bhavedaniladeepanam. Now Sit with your legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin with your knee raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp your hands behind your back. Bring the chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichiyasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now relax that knee onto the ground and bring the heel towards the perineum. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha and gaze towards your nose. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in the Mahamudrasana. महामुद्रं प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यं प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्या पुरागताः. We are now going to repeat Marichiyasana on the other side. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्ठप्रसारणे. Now repeat Mahamudrasana on the other side. महामुद्रं प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यं प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्या पुरागताः. Now we are going to do Bhadrasana too. Sit and bring your soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum. Keep your knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your third eye in Bhadrasana. गुल्पौ च वृषणस्याधः जीवन्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा च निश्चलम्. Next is Gwalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from the body. Keep your toes together, heels apart, knees open. Place your hands on the respective knees and tuck in your chin towards your chest. Gaze towards the nose, engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Gwalipavasana. पूर्वचर पटचोक कह्यो सोई वाही विधियो की जीत सोई यामे एडी भिन्न जुराशे अंगुल आठांतरो राशे. Next is Jnanasana. Sit and keep the soles of the feet together and your heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of your feet, lean forward and down, bring the forehead to the feet and gaze towards the nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a Yoni Mandala in Jnanasana. दो पगथली संपुट करे एडमेड के ढिंग दरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लिलाट पगथल्याम उपरदाशे. The next is Midiki Pavasana. In this same position, stretch your hands out wide, place your palms onto the ground, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Midiki Pavasana. पूरब विधि परिपगथली संपुट शोली येडी मिली राशे येडिया सोमाहिली कान अगूल दो आतरे लिलाट धरती लगावे. Now sit and keep your toes together, heels apart. Bring your arms below the shin and extend out, keeping your palms facing upwards. Bring the forehead towards the ground above the feet, bringing your toes near the throat. Gaze towards the nose. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space, engaging the Mula Bandha in Siddha Samadhi Asana. दो पगथली संपुट करे सोल मेड आग मेधरे अंगुल आठांतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. Now sit and keep your heels together, toes apart, hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping the back of the hands on the ground. Press your elbows onto the thighs towards the knees and gaze towards the nose, engaging the Mula Bandha, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Chaniki Pavasana. दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेड लगावे पगथली माहिली कोर अंगटा की सदिसूद जोड़े बारली कोर बना शुल्या राशे. The next is Charapati Chokasana. With your feet in the same position, bring your hands and press your knees down to the ground. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze towards your third eye, engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Charapati Chokasana. दो पगथली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसौ लगता राशे हाथ दो गोड़ा परिदाशे. Next is Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet facing together, knees wide. Lift your heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keeping your knees together on the ground, pull the stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. Gulpau sampidi cha nyonam व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वौ पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्. Now, relax your feet back onto the ground. Sit with one heel at the perineum and lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze towards your third eye and hold the breath in Mooladhara Chakra. Engage the Moola Bandha and visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Samanasana. Samanasana vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat ekapadamaro dattva guhyonyalingavatrake. Now, sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise your other foot upwards and straight. Keep your hands onto the ground by your sides and gaze towards the third eye. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Apanasana. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठे दण्डवत् प्रभो. Now we are going to repeat Samanasana on the other side. समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमरो दत्त्वा गुह्योन्यल्लिङ्गवत्रके. Panasana on the other side. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठे दण्डवत् प्रभो. We are now going to perform Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With your feet by the opposite hips, place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze towards your nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself with the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Savye Dakshinagulpam tu Prishtaparshve Niyojaye Dakshinepi tatha Savyam Gomukham Yata. Now, from this Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes and with the index and middle fingers. Relax your shoulders and pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Gaze towards your nose in Anusuyasana. दक्षिण गोडो नीचे उठाने वावोटा के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आधा पदपनी दे संधि पेसारी. From this position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch your nose towards the ground. Gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya in Anusuyasana 2. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uparidava Goda ki sandhi milai rashe. Now, sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep your spine tall, chest out, and hands on the respective knees. Gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2. दावो पगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्प मूल द्वारी नीचे दे बेसे जीमनी पगथली दरती टेकी गोडो ऊंचो भवराशे. Now sit and place the perineum on top of one heel, with the top of the foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace your fingers behind your neck, twist outside of the raised knee, and gaze towards your third eye. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as sage Narada in Naradasana. पिष्टिजुमाम पगतली केरी भूपरि टाहि लगावे फेरी गोड़ा सुदव पनो है जोई दश पाश तीरा शेसोई. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap your respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to your respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. We are now going to repeat Gomukhasana on the other side. Cross one leg over the other, aligning your knees at the center of the body. Visualize yourself with the face of a cow. Savye dakshina gulpam tu prishtapashve niyojaye dakshine pitatha savyam gomukham yata. Now hold your big toes with the index and middle fingers. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya in Anusuyasana. दक्षिण गोडो नीचे उठाने वावोटा के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आधा पदपनी दे संधि पसारी. Now interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anusuya in Anusuyasana 2. धीमना गोड़ा की संधि उपरिडावा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा से उले पगथल्यालो आडवा ईसु धाराशे. Now bring yourself up, sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum, hold your opposite leg by your knee, engaging the Mulabandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2. Davo pagamodi edi mahilo gulpa mula dwarini chede bese jimani pagatali dhariti teki goda ucho bhavrashe. Now, twist, interlacing your fingers behind your neck. Twist and place your elbow outside of the raised knee. Visualizing yourself as Narada in Naradasana. पिष्टिजवाम पगथिल इगेरी भूपरिटा ही लगावे पेरी गोड़ा सुदोपनो है जोई दचपा शितीरा खेसोई. Next is Matsyapitakasana on the other side. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Next, we'll be performing Matsyendrasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze towards the third eye. Engage in the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as sage Matsyendranatha in Matsyendrasana. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee and extend the hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand in respective ear. Turn your head back and gaze towards your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana. Asana Kaugana Jolo Jaye. Now, in the same position, bring your raised hand back onto the ground, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualizing yourself as Matsyendranatha in Matsyendrasana 2. मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्. Now we are going to repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now repeat Kubasana on the other side. Asana Kaugana Jolo Jaye. Now relax that hand back onto the ground in Matsyendrasana 2. मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्. Now sit and place your feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place your palms on the respective knee. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana. आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेदद्दे उभयपादतले यथा. Now sit in the same position, cross your arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle fingers. Gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva in Padmasana 2. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये ततो तानो पानी कृत्वा तादृशौ. Now, place your palms on the ground between your two thighs and lift your body up, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutasana. पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नानोर्वोरन्तरे करौ निवेश भूमा वा तिष्ठेत् व्योमस्तः कुक्कुटासनः. Now, rise up onto your knees and place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep your elbows together and press against the navel. Then lean forward, find balance, and extend your knees up off the ground. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Baddhakekiyasana. धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापितनाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनौ दण्डवदुत्तिदक्के मायूरमेकत् प्रवदन्ति पीठम्. Now, keep your elbows together, press against the navel, then lean forward, stretch your legs out, and find your balance. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana. अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्. Now relax your body down into Makarasana. Lay down on the stomach with your feet pointing outwards and forehead onto the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck and hold, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. अध्यासशेते सिदं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ स्थिरक्तदत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्. Now, laying down on the stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Place your legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च विदस्तिचोदं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. Now laying down on the stomach, bring your hands towards your feet and pull your feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana. अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय पिदितं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यगुदरास्य गाढं मुष्टं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. Now laying down on your stomach, bring your hands towards your feet, kick your legs back and up and simultaneously pull your feet towards the sky. Lift your chest off the ground and raise your head up, gazing towards your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha and visualizing yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana. प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करो च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्य विवर्तिताङ्गं निगत्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्. Now, bring yourself up onto your knees. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Place your palms down on top of the thighs and gaze towards your third eye. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Bhagasana. उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहरो जगति करे एक वैसे पावन महिला गुलबज होवु कुला पाशितीला वेसो. Now, from your knees, place your forearms onto the ground, fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head onto the ground, holding the back of the head with your hands. Walk your toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Lift your feet up, keeping your knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Gohyasana. दो हाथ की कहोनी जोई पुनिह कराई जाने दोई पिष्टी अंगुरिया की पुनि जानो ये सबले भूप रिठानो. Now, from the same position, lift your legs straight above your head in Shirasasana, engaging the Mula Bandha and visualizing yourself as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. विपरीतं मण्डलं च दिदैः विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं दिदा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. Now, relax back down. Relax your feet back down. Sit with your hand behind your calves and stretch your legs all the way up. Bring your forehead towards your knees and come into a vertical position with your legs. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Podyasana. दो हाथ पग बाहराने गोड़ा तरे काग सीठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे चरणों पे आकाश दिशी करे. Now, sit and extend your legs up and out at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders, keeping your chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed out. Hold your breath and gaze towards your third eye. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a mace in Parighasana. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्या हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरा बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिघासनं भवति. Now sit and extend your legs up and out at a 45-degree angle. Bring your elbows down onto the ground beside your hips, keeping your chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Engage Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय शिरहूरु जङ्घापादं दण्डवद्धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति. Now, sit and lift your feet up, scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep your spine upright and gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. पगथलि संपुट करि हाथस्य पगो चाई पगा का अंगूठा दो लेवु परने काने तालवे लगावे. Now, relax yourself by laying down on your back with your feet flat onto the ground. Place your palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Tuck in Tuck in your chin towards your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, gaze towards your nose, visualize Swamiji in your third eye in Unmukha Pitasana 2. ऊर्ध्वे च जाननी कृत्वा शयित्वोद्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुखनामके. Now, lay down on the back. Relax your whole body with your palms facing upwards, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Visualize that your body is dead and that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you in Shavasana. अथ शवासनम् उत्थानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Yes. Now, slowly wriggle your fingers, toes. Start rocking your arms and feet. Turn towards your right and rock yourself up into a seated position. Yes, congratulations. All of you have now finished the first 108 asanas in this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Let us now have a quick break before we move on to the second set of asanas. Nithyanandam, after that quick break, I request all of you to come and settle down now. Please quickly come and settle down. We're going to be getting started with the second set of asanas, starting with Yathasanishtasana. Now sit in the cross-legged position with your index finger and thumb together. Place your hands on your knees. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथा संस्थां यथा स्थितिः.
Now, sit in the same cross-legged position with your hands on your knees, with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold. Then take prolonged inhalations and exhalations. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye in Samasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुः शुकप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now, place the left foot against the genital region. Place the right foot over top the left. Hands facing downwards on top of the knees, gaze towards the nose. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं याम्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. Switch your gaze towards your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye.
स्थानं मम चेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपादभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Now, maintain the same position as Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Siddhiyasana.
वामपादिकी येदी जानो सीवरिमधितासकौठानो दक्षिणपादिकी येदी जोयी मेधुमथि लघावे सोयी.
Now, keeping your legs in the same position as Siddhiyasana, rotate your hands on top of the knees into the Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva, in Rudrasana 2.
वामचरणपरि दक्षिणराखे एकजुगति असाविधिदाखे वामपगतले माहिले कोर दक्षिण के जो बाहर ले वोर.
Now, maintain the same position as Rudrasana 2. Switch the gaze towards the nose in Santadhanasana.
आसन कौगुन मन की चंचलता मीठा.
Now, maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring hands towards your navel center, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Siddhasana 2.
ऋजुकाय समासीनः सिद्धासनमुदीरतं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यम् अङ्गुष्ठमदरात्.
Now, Maintain one heel on top of the other, little fingers beneath the bottom lip, right fingers above the upper lip, the middle fingers closing the nostrils, with your index fingers over the eyes and your thumbs closing the ears. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye. Visualize that your Sankalpa is manifesting through the womb of creation in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेद् ईश्वरो यथा.
Now, place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch the thumb and index fingers together on top of the knees, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize embodying the space of end state of bravery in Virasana.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योनि संस्थितः इतरोऽस्मिन् तथा चोरं वीरासनमुदीरतम्.
Now, with your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh, right foot on the left leg, toes by knee, hands on your knees, thumbs and index touching, gaze towards the third eye, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize the great sage Valmiki in your third eye in Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनिये दिहे जोय फनांदिशी में धृदचिना आनि लगावे सोय.
Now, keeping your legs in the same position, with your left heel pressed against the perineum, with your right foot on the thigh, switch your gaze towards the nose, engaging the Mula Bandha and visualizing that you're representing goddesses Devi and Shakti, the symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोरी जोनि तहां धरी वैसिये उलता पाव जो मोरी.
Now, keep your feet and hands in the same position, switching your gaze towards your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Yoni Mandala representing goddess Devi and Shakti, symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालपललान्तावत् केचरोद्यावदेव हि.
Now, sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding with both hands. Bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing towards your nose, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space in Bhadrasana 3.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्याधः सीवन्या पार्श्वयो क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
Now, bring the soles of the feet together at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth and gaze towards your third eye. With your right hand, cover your mouth. Close the left nostril with the index finger and inhale through the right nostril. Close both your nostrils and hold your breath and then exhale through the left nostril. Repeat on the other side, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as an Aghori in Aghorasana.
पूर्वकहो भिश्रिका जोई वाही विधियों की जे सोई सब अंगुर मुख बाहरी आने मुख खो संपुदि खरिथाने.
Now, bring the feet together in front of you with your toes together and heels apart. Place your elbows on your heels and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze towards your nose and engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana.
गावाली पवासन कश्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधिते से दोबू गुलप माहिला जानो ए द्या วิชี कहू निठानो.
Now, sit with your knees raised, with your arms between the thighs and calves. Interlace your fingers with your feet off the mat, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the supreme point of Hinduism in your third eye in Parasana.
जोग प्रदीका दोवु करकी अंगुरजोई वतशाम आने लगावे सोवु.
Now, interlace your fingers around your feet with your soles together. Toes at the groove in the throat, with your heels touching your chest. With your chin on your hands, gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize embodying the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूरभबिरिपगाका अंगुता करू पराशे येदि हृदय लगावे कांगसी ऐद्या अंगुलि परिराशे.
Now, sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert the hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with the interlocked fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest. Bring the head down and touch the chin towards to your soles. Gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize your body free from any defects in Udarasana.
दोवु पगथली संपुद थाने उभे हस्त की उर्दही ताने अंगुष्ट दोवु समतहरावे चिवका नीचे ताही लगावे.
Now, sit with your feet together, arms under the legs. Raise your feet up towards your face, fingers interlocked, palms over the forehead, engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in Visishtasana.
दोवु पगथली संपुद करे हाथ दोवु पग बीच आनी ताले.
Now, from the seated position, lift both the legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing the fingers around the back of the neck. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana.
सिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनविमोच्यते.
Now, maintain a seated posture, raising your legs up. Bring the elbows under the knees and wrap your hands around your back with your palms clasped. Gaze towards your nose, engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवु हाथ पगां बिच आने तिनको गोदा नीचे ठाने बहुरी पाक्यात बहल्यावे पुनः युगति ऐसे तहरावे.
Now, with your right knee on the mat, place your right foot flat and paste the perineum on the raised heel. Raise your left leg over top of right and bring the left heel to the right hip. Place the hands on the opposite knees, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji removing all crisis in your life in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यासधरनीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now, from Sankatasana, slide the left heel onto the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on the right thigh, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागी नगर पंचतं वृष्यन्द गल्यं नी दयाद्या गालिवांक भगल्लनिदायुकुदु.
Now, place your right foot on the left thigh. Place the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Place your right hand onto the left thigh. Twist your body and gaze towards your third eye. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye, in Machandrasana.
वामजङ्घपरिदचेथाने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिश आने बहुरो दक्षिण पाद है जोई ताकि नलीजू पकारे सोई.
From Machandrasana, untwist and hold on to the respective big toes. Lean your forehead so that it touches the ground and the chest should touch the knees. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जीमनो चरनो जुजोई वामजंग परिराके सोई ताकि एदिसो कदिसो लावे बहुरो जुगति यह करावे.
Now, maintain the feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place them on top of the knee. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism on your third eye in Guru Asana.
प्रथम जीमनो चरनो जुजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई ताकि एदिसो करिसो लावे बहुरो जुगति यह और करावे.
Now, with your right knee on the mat, place the right foot flat and the perineum placed on raised heel. Raise your left leg over top of the right and bring the left heel to the right hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji removing all crisis in your life in Sankatasana.
उर्मूलेदपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशे गुल्पान् संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपाश्नी संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यासधरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेत् वामपादकम्.
Now, from Sankatasana, slide the right heel onto the right hip. Keep your left knee on top of the right and place both your hands on the left thigh. Engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागी नगर पंचम विश्वं दागल्यं नि दयाद्या गालिवांक पगल्लनिदायकुदु.
Now, place the right foot onto the left thigh. Place the left foot onto the right knee. Bring the left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Place the right hand on the left thigh. Twist the body and gaze towards the third eye. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Machandrasana.
वामजंग परिदक्षिणताने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिश आने बहुर दक्षिण पाद है जोई ताकि नलीजू पकारे सोई.
Now, from Machandrasana, untwist and hold on to the respective big toes. Lean down so that your forehead touches the ground and your chest should touch the knees. Engage the Mula Bandha, visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जीमनो चरनो जुजोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई ताकि एदिसो कदिसो लावे बहुरो जुगति यह और करावे.
Now, Maintain your feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place it on top of your knee. Engaging the Mahamudra Bandha, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Guru Asana.
उर्मूलेदपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशे गुल्पान् संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपाश्नी संस्थाप्य तिष्ठे हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुआसनं भवति.
Now, sit with your feet flat on the ground, with your knees against your chest, hands holding the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together with your spine straight, with your tongue pressed against the roof of the mouth. Engaging Mula Bandha, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Parshvasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् उरुसहितजङ्गा निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पशासनं भवति.
Now, from a seated position, place your feet flat on the mat. Wrap your arms around your legs and hold the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees and gaze towards your nose. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shokasana.
दोवु पगथली भूपर धेरे कोर माहिली ऐसे करे कोर मिलायी उकद बेसे जंघगा चाति अग्रनिवेसे.
Now, from a seated position, place your feet flat on the mat. Place your arms under your knees and hold the opposite elbows, gazing towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Kurakatasana.
दोवु हाथ पगाम बहल्यावे गोदा नीचे ले तहरावे आम्हां साम्हां ऐसे करे आपस में को हनि पकड़े.
Now, maintain the same hold beneath the knees. Bring your right foot over the left so that your heels cross with your toes pointing up. Gaze towards your nose. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize the great sage and Maharshi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरति परिधाने दावा पग परिदच पद आने दाई फकिदी कोवे मूलद्वारि धरति परिताने दावा पग परिदच पद आने दाई पकती कोले आवे हाथ एक अंतर तहरावे.
Now, extend your feet out straight with your arms raised straight above your head. Interlace your fingers with your wrists pointed outwards, engaging all the three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze towards your nose, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु शुकप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now, sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Chest forward and down with your head to your knees. Inhale through your left nostril and exhale through your right in the Nadi Shodhana. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Arambhasana.
दोवु पग मिलाव पसारी पगा का अंगुता पकदी लीलात गोद लगावे.
Now, Now, sit with your legs straight. Extend your knees slightly up, one hand distance between the heels. Bring your shoulders down. Wrap the hands around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet and gaze towards your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Bhidokasana.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारे कचुका ऊर्ध को कुरदो दारे एद्या मधी अंतर राखे मुदहता परमान सुदाजे.
Now, extend both the legs out with the heels together. Place the chin and mouth and nose on the heels. Insert your hands below the legs, keeping your elbows together on the ground along with the fingers. With your palms facing upwards, gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दोबू एदी मेल के दीजे हाथ पसारी पुनचि बुका नासिका ताधिग भू परिधारी.
Now, sit and extend both your legs out. Lift one foot behind the neck and lean forward and down, like Pachimatasana. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Urdhva Pachimatanasana.
पश्चिमतान संस्थितं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now, lie on the back and lift your right leg behind your neck with your left hand holding your foot from the top. Straighten the body. Concentrate on prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandhra. Gaze to your nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as the infinite or endless or eternal one in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा इतरपादहुत्तिष्ठ. उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायिङ्ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा इतरपावहुत्तिष्ठि लिकृत्य तिष्ठेत् अनन्तासनं भवति.
Now, from Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on prana moving from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandhra. Gaze towards your nose, engaging the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयति एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरं हस्तं कर्णमूले संस्थाप्य तस्यैव हस्तस्य कूर्परं भूमौ निधाय इतरहस्तपादौ सलीकृत्य तिष्ठेत् अंकुशासनं भवति.
Now, lie on the back. Bring your knees towards your chest, encircle the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll towards your left and the right, engaging the Mula Bandha, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Rishasasana.
उत्तानशयनी जानुनी हृदये वस्तम्भजङ्गा सहितूरणी करद्वे भद्वा सव्यपासव्यं लोदयेद् दृशासनं भवति.
Sit and extend both your legs out. Lie on one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Pachimatasana. We are repeating the Urdhva Pachimatasana on the other side.
पश्चिमताल संस्थितं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Now, lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck and straighten the body, engaging the Mula Bandha. Repeat Anantasana on the other side.
उत्तानशयिनी एकैकं पायीङ्ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा इतरपावहुत्तिष्ठिकृत्य तिष्ठेत् अनन्तासनं भवति.
Now, from Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Engage the Mula Bandha and repeat Ankushasana on the other side.
उत्तानशयितेकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरं हस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत् तस्यैव हस्तस्य कूर्परं भूमौ निधाय इतरहस्तपादौ सरलीकृत्य तिष्ठेत् अङ्कुशासनं भवति.
Now, relax and lie on your back. Lift your legs one by one and place them behind your head. Hold your hands behind the back, gazing towards the nose. Engage the Mula Bandha, visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Yoga Nidrasana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टये कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यदा योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now, while lying on the back, raise the legs towards your head. Wrap your hands around the legs, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Lord Vishnu blessing within you in Atma Ramasana.
आत्मा रामासन प्रथम सूदो सोवे पग ऊंचे आगने आने दो पग बीच हाथ की कहूनी की माहिली समधि में फना अथवा.
Now, laying on your back, pull your knees up towards your chest with your soles facing up. Extend your arms sideways, gaze to your third eye, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Kochikasana.
दोवु हाथ चिरसा करे तीनों दोवु हाथ चिदसा करे तिनसो उभे सा पा करे पग ऊंचया आगने आने बहुरी जुगति ऐसी का विधिवाने.
Now, lie on your back with your knees towards your chest, arms reaching to the side at shoulder level in Jathara Pravritti Asana 1.
परिवृद्धिः कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणं मथापि च.
Now, keep one knee bent, twist and bring to the ground on the opposite side. Keep your other leg extended straight in Jathara Parivritti Asana 2.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्व पीतः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानां इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Now, keep both your knees bent to one side in Jathara Parivritti Asana 2, 3. Now, lie on your back and place your feet flat on the mat. Bring your arms over the head and place your hands flat on the mat with your fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift the entire body up off the ground in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा नाभिप्रदेशम् ऊर्ध्वं कुर्यात् पर्यङ्कासनं भवति.
Now, lie on your back with your knees towards your chest, keeping your hands on your shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize that you're laying on your back like a dog in Swatanasana.
शववत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानिनी सम्मील्य नाभो आम्नीय हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा भामयेत् शोधनं भवति.
Now, lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back support of neck. Keep your elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping the body balance as the legs are raised up straight. Move the legs around and around, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Viparita.
भूतले शशिरो धत्वा केन ये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now, lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. Keep your elbows extended on the mat below, helping your body balance in Viparita Karani 2.
करणी विपरीताख्य सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासुयुक्तस्य जातराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now, lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over your head, placing your toes on the floor, hands stretched on the ground, arms clasped together. Rest on your neck and shoulders. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य हस्तद्वयं सम्मील्य लम्बीकुर्यात् ग्रीवाप्रदेशेन भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, lie on your back with your legs over your head, toes pointed on the ground. Thighs to the chest, hold your toes with your arms and legs straight. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself in Shayita Paschimottanasana.
तानं शयित्वा कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Now, lie on your back. Lift your legs with your feet above your head, toes touching the ground. Hold your toes, legs wide apart, hips above the shoulders, engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Supta Konasana.
परिवृद्धिः कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणं तथापि च.
Now, bring your legs over the top of your head with your toes on the ground. Hold your ankles, keeping the knees straight. Roll backwards onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तदौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकः परौ युक्तमेन तथा शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Now, lie on your back with your legs vertical, holding your big toes in Prana Mudra. Open your legs wide apart, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now, lie on your back with your legs extended straight up. Hold the big toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Supta Padangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now, from Supta Padangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana. Lay on your back and hold opposite elbows over the head and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in your third eye in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्य मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Now, laying on the back in Padmasana, place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm and gaze towards your nose. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parashuramasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे गोदा और जंग ये दोवु भूसो लगता राशे सोई.
Now, while laying on the back with your legs in Padmasana, lift your hips with your legs up, with your hands supporting the hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck your chin into the chest, gazing towards your nose. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye in Sarvangasana.
अत वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमं यकृत्वा योगी निपुनो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा.
Now, laying on your back, one foot on the opposite side. Lift the other knee towards the head. Extend both your arms straight and hook your fingers forward. Gaze towards the third eye. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सूधोशीश केसकी संधि सुधा के कचुसी स उर्द करे राखे बहुर पगतली ऐसे तने गगन दिश सम्मुख खरिथाने.
Now, we are going to repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Lay on your back and place the opposite foot on the opposite thigh. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयन सूधोशीश केसकी संधि सुधा के कचुशीश उर्द करे राखे बहुर पगतली ऐसे ताने गगनाधीश सम्मुख करिथाने.
Now, lie on the back and interlace the fingers around the neck. Lie both Lift both the feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Rishabhadakshepasana.
प्रथमशयन सूधोशीश केसकी समधि शोधा के कचुशीस ऊर्ध करे राके बहुर पगतली ऐसे ताने गगनाधीश समुख करिताने. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अनुलोम्भिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृष्ट्वा एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकेन पादेन सव्यदक्षिणं भ्रामयित्वा वृषपादक्षेपः भवति.
Now, lie on the back, lift your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye in Marottana, Marottananasana.
शोतना संस्थीकृत्वा जानोपर्येण कर्णयो संस्पृशेत् मारोतनं भवति.
Now, while laying on your back, place the soles of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down. Continue doing this in a dynamic movement. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a wolf in Brikasana.
शोतना संस्थीकृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्येण कर्णयो संस्पृशेत् मारोतनं भवति.
We are now going to be performing a Karana, which is the Lolita Karana. Now, stand with your knees bent and feet pointing outwards in the Aramandi. Bend the elbows and keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across the body and then bring back to the center. Tilt the head back and open the chest up towards the sky. Move your head in Now, lay on the back and quickly throw your legs above the head. Completely roll over and finish in a prone position. Repeat this again and again, engaging the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Lutasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ श्रील्यङ्घ्यौ भूमौ स्थापयित्वा निजं भूयति निजं शयनं पृष्ठं भूमौ निधाय पुनः पुनः पर्येण कर्तव्यं लुतासनं भवति.
Now, lie on your belly with your toes extended. Keep your hands on the ground by your shoulders. Contract your lips, making
निजशय
like a flute sound, whistling while inhaling. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize carrying warriors into a battle for dharma on your chariot back in Sarathasana.
शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय निजशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवध्यास्ताभ्यं भूमवष्टम्भ्य ओष्ठो निलम्ब्य वेणुवत्सोऽकृत्य तिष्ठेत् सरतासनं भवति.
Now, place your palms on a mat in a plank position. Jump your legs forward and back between your arms. Engage the Mula Bandha and feel yourself go beyond the body and mind in Dehalyullanghanasana.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्य चरणद्वयम् उदानेव बहिः नीय अथा नयेत् देहल्योल्लङ्घनं भवति.
Now, from a standing position, bend forward and place the hands on the mat. Walk back and forth holding your leg. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize that you know and can remember your past births in Jatyasana.
अत जात्याश्रम वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेन्द् हस्तान्द्री भूमौ च गमनागमनं ततः.
Now, tie the feet with a rope. Stand erect like a rod with your arms at the side. With your hands touching the thighs, visualize your Kundalini, Devi, rising and curling upwards around the body. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize your Kundalini curling up your body in Sarpasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरदण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रजोबन्धस्थपादयोः.
Now, while standing, place all your fingers on the mat and stand on your feet. With your feet on the fists, begin to move and walk like a camel, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasadanasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य उष्ट्रवत् उष्ट्रसाधनं भवति.
Now, while standing, place all the fingers on the mat and then stand on your feet. With your feet on your fists, begin to move and walk like a horse, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a horse in Ashwasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Now, stand straight with your feet together. Interlace your hands behind the back and pull them down towards your calves. Open up your chest, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapota Nitakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिकटं भवति.
Now we are going to be performing another karana. Stand tall with your palms together in the Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep your toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and the shoulder of the respective heel. Visualize you're holding and offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. This is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana.
नुजसर्तमस्मानं कृत्वा पादतलभ्यो भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् खदुगासनं भवति.
Now, laying on the stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. Bring the palms together, forming the horn of a rhinoceros. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros in Khadgasana. Now, sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground. Stand up and do this again and again in a dynamic movement. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Uttanottanam.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असीतत्वम् इति उत्तनोत्तनं भवति.
Now, stand up straight, raise your arms over the head and jump repeatedly. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a mace in Musalasana.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वारम् उद्धानं कृत्वा नयेत् मुसलासनं भवति.
Now, from a standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. With the other leg, sit down and stand up. Alternate both the sides, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Uchchir Saka.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षै निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
Now we are going to perform another karana. Stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep the arm holding the knee with the hand pointing outwards and close into a fist. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh, wrists twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of the body in Parshvajanu Karana. Now, on one leg, lower the body down to the mat and then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thigh. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Shiva in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now, place the left foot on the inner right thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod. With your hands by the sides, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma in Brahmanasana.
ब्राह्मणासमन ब्राह्मण ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरो दद्वा तिष्ठे दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Now, stand tall and wrap your left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck your left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bringing the palms together, engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीतैश्च सेंहेः गरुदमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Stand straight on the right leg now, with your left foot on the opposite thigh. With your hands relaxed by your knees, engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाघ्रं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च द्यः पाणिं जानुपार्श्वयोः स्पृशेत् कूर्मतराङ्घ्रिणा.
Now, stand on the right leg. Hold the big toe of the left foot and straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the pole star posture. Visualize yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय त्वरया भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं ध्रुवासनं भवति.
Now, stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind the neck and stand tall. Alternate sitting and standing. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the 3 steps of Vishnu. Visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उताथव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now, we are going to perform the Parshvajanu Karana. Stand and keep the legs slightly bent with your toes pointing towards the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards the chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep the arm holding the knee with the hand pointing outwards and closed into a fist. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh with your wrists twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of the body in Parshvajanu Karana. We are now going to repeat Tandavasana on the other side. On one leg, lower the body down to the mat and then stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thigh. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now, place the right foot onto the inner left thigh and stand erect on a mat like a rod. With your hands by the sides, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Repeat Brahmanasanam on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यकृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरोधत्वा तिष्ठेग्दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि.
Now, repeat Garudasana on the other side. Stand tall and wrap your right leg over the left knee. Tuck your right toes on the other side of the left calf and simultaneously cross the right arm below the left and bring your palms together. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीतैश्च सेंहें गरुदमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now, stand straight on the left leg and right foot on the opposite thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by your side on the knees by your side. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye, Ekapadasana.
दक्षाघ्रं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च द्यः पाणिं जानुपार्श्वयोः स्पृशेत् कूर्मतराङ्घ्रिणा.
Now, Stand on the opposite leg. Hold the big toe of the other foot and straighten out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय त्वरया भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं ध्रुवासनं भवति.
Now, stand on the other leg and lift the opposite leg behind the neck and stand tall. Alternate sitting and standing in Trivikramasana on the other side.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
We are now going to perform the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together and toes slightly pointed out. Keep both your hands to the sides of the body. The next is Gorak Jalyasana. Stand erect and then bend forward and bring both your hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock. Sit in a squatting position and let the finger lock touch the navel. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the great sage Gorakhanatha.
प्रथम ही उभो होय बहुरी नीचौ पुनि होवे दोव करा दोव जंघका मादी निकी विधि पहुचे.
Now, insert your hands between the thigh and the calves. Then wrap your hands around behind your butt. Squat down and hold your hands behind. Keep your chest upright, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Kanshyasana.
उरुमध्याधस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् कंचासनं भवति.
Now, bring your feet together and sit in a squatting position. With your heels touching the perineum, hold the hands at the back and sit upright, gazing at the navel center. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Bhagwan Kala Bhairava in your third eye in Bhairuvasana.
दो पगा की ताली की माहिली कोर मिलाई पनापान गुद माधु वैसे.
Now, squat all the way down to the ground, keeping your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up and close to the head and palms joined over the back, facing downwards. Gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu in Varahasana.
पगतली की माहिली कोर मिलाई पनापान उकदो भेसे येदि मूल द्वार नीचे राशे झंगा छिद्र अंगुल छंत्री. दोबू पगतली माहिली कोर मिलाई पनापान उकदो भेसे येदि मूल द्वार नीचे राशे झंगा छिद्र अंगुल चारी अंतरा.
Now, with your heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down with your fingertips touching the toes or the mat in front of you. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Tripitasana.
अत उत्तासनानि पाष्णीद्वसम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेशे आनीय तिष्ठेत् पिप्रियासनं भवति.
Now, place your hands on the mat with your fingers wide. Place your knees on the back of the arms with your eyes forward and down. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a crow in Bakasana.
हस्ततलाभ्यां वमनिमष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य जङ्घारुणि संस्थाप्य तिष्ठेत् बकासनं भवति.
Now, kneel down with your head onto the ground, with your palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head and legs into Padmasana. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Sustaga Kapaliyasana.
आसन कौगन कपाल आचो होई.
Now, Keep your toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet and let your heels come outside the hips. Keep your hands on your knees, sit straight and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize that you're sitting in the sacred seat with Paramashiva and his guru in Guptasana.
जानो बोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Now, place your hands onto the ground with your fingers wide apart. Lift your body up straight, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize that you are a tree with your deep roots into the ground in Vrikshasana 2.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य को न भेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now, place your hands together onto the ground. Bring your legs up straight with your knees and feet together. Gaze to your third eye and engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the Tejas energy flowing through your third eye in Shibhuasana.
दोवु पग जोड़ी माही गुलपा मिलाए उबर होय दोवु हाथ जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Now, from the same position as Bakasana, jump your legs back onto your hands and feet with your palms by your chest, body pressed off the mat. Push your body up and down again and again in a dynamic movement. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
दोवु पग जोही माही गुलपा दोवु पग जोड़ी माही गुलप मिलायी उभय होय दोवु हाथा जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Now, lie prone on your belly with your hands on your hips.
निजं
Extend the
शयनं
legs
कूर्परो
jointly and point your toes.
पार्श्वभागयं
Lift the chest towards
मूर्धकृत्वा
your left and right like a
हस्ततलाभ्यां
snake in
भूमिं
Sarpasana
वष्टभ्य
2.
वारं वारम् उदानं कुर्यात् मत्स्यासनं भवति. निजं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ सम्मीलयान् उरसा गन्तव्यं सर्पासनं भवति.
Now, lie prone on your belly with your hands in the Padma Mudra, a lotus, holding the chin. With your legs straight, toes pointed together, engage the Mula Bandha and feel self supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत्कूर्परया शुद्धिः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चै निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Now, lie on the stomach. Place your hands flat on the mat in front of you. Straighten your arms and bend the knees, bringing your feet towards the upper back. Lift up the head and the chest. Engage the Mula Bandha and see yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from your sun's rays in Chhatrasana.
अध्यासनस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यनुयात् छत्रासनं भवति.
Now, sit on your knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms in front with your palms facing down. Place the forehead onto the mat, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize that you're the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु शुकप्रसवलाभाय प्रोचते प्राक्तने पति.
Now, from the same posture of Gajasana with your hands on your with on your hands and feet with your hips raised. Alternate striking the ground with your hands, engaging the Mula Bandha. Experience yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Now, from the same position as Gajasana, lift your legs into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Engaging the Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity in Ajasana.
गजासन संस्थितौ पादद्वयं गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयं मन्त्रराले कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
Now, sit on your heels with your legs together. Interlace your fingers around your toes. First, pull your feet up towards the perineum and then place your hands on the respective knees. Sit with your spine straight and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Dhanantarasana.
पूरबभिरिपरिहातकी काकसी स्योपनाशरा मोदी पगाकी आगुल्याग्री मेडु लगावे.
Now, interlace your fingers in front and then behind you. Stretch your arms forward to the sides and then backwards, giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your third eye in the Angamottanam.
हस्तयोर अंगुलिर्भद्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वांगं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अंगमोत्तनम्.
Now, sit on your heels in Vajrasana, feet turning out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees rested on the ground with your spine straight and hands towards the knees. With your hands on the knees, engage the Mula Bandha and see yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Devi Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana 4.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां दरं पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना जानोपरि करद्वन्द्व गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Now, sit with your legs folded back, knees wide, in front of the buttocks on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple in Ananda Mandirasana.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यकृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येह साधकः.
Now, with your knees wide apart, sit on your ankles. With your hands under your knees, gaze towards the nose, engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जाम्बाङ्गे सवयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मन्दुकं पाददोषित्.
Now, keep your toes on the mat with your heels up and together. Place your perineum onto the heels. Place your palms on the ground. Spread your fingers wide with your thumbs touching and the base of the hand touching the toes. Gaze towards your nose. Stick out your tongue and exhale, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Lord Vishnu, in Narasimhasana.
सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जाम्बाङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मन्दूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Now, sit on your toes and place the perineum onto the heels.
दो
Separate your knees
पनापानि
sideways.
हो ये वैसे येदी मिलरा गोदा निवेसे सुमशरीर नीके तहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्याभे.
Now, sit on the toes and place the perineum onto the heels. Separate the knees sidewards and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of palms and place them on the mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze towards the nose. Inhale through the Pingala Nadi and exhale through the mouth to capacity. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Devi presiding over any and all minuscule fears that you have in Bhishrakasana.
दोवुपगांगी येदि जोगी गोदापनम वानी पुनि होई गोदा जंग अधर करी राखे आदे वाह इसी विधि दाखे.
Now, with your soles together on top of the feet on the ground, sit on the heels and bend your elbows, bringing your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. Gaze towards your third eye, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दोवु पगथली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूम परिधाने मूलद्वार एद्यां परिल्यावे मूदा हता ऊचत हरावे.
Now, stand on the toes, soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels with your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back, gaze towards your nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself embodying a diamond like strength for yourself and for your Sangha in Vajra Sangharasana. Now, keep your toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palm on the mat towards the sides. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical and mental ailments in Bhanjanasana. Bhanjanasana-ma-vakshe yat-kritva susthiro bhavet. Now, with your toes flat, cross your feet and place the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on your knees, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize a turtle, a stable body and mind living for hundreds of years in Kurmasana. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ. Now, with your toes flat, cross the feet and place the perineum on back of the heels. Gaze towards your nose, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Yogasana. Gudam niyamya gulpabhyam vyutkramen samahitaha yogasanam bhavedetad iti yoga vido viduhu. Now, stand on your knees, cross the ankles behind. With your feet near the opposite knee, hold your calves with your fingers inside and thumbs outside. Gaze to the third eye. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Vijogasana. Godam vamno ubho hoi, goda ade rakhe doi. Now, in kneeling position, bend backwards and hold the ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight, push your hips forward and tilt the head back in Ushtrasana 2. Merudanda Granthidarya Sampir Dayisuvpuman Kapotoshtrasanabhyasam Kuryanmitahitashanaha. Now, with your heels together and hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring your elbows down to the mat. Place the back of the head on the mat and gaze to your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and experience yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2. Dovu edi samputakare sole mula dwaritariddhere. Now, sit on your knees with thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise up. Use your hands for support if needed. Do this again and again. In a dynamic movement, engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the healing and liberation of all causal and subtle forms of your body in Viratasana. Jangha priti bhumau nidhaya jangodharayo ऊर्नि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विरटासनं भवति. From Viratasana, raise the hips higher. Bring your forearms onto the mat and hold the back of the heels. Bring your head in and between the feet. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana. Merudanda Granthidadya Sampipadayi Puman Kapotostrasana Kuyanmita Hitasanaha. Now, stand upright on the knees with your toes tucked in. Hold your arms with the opposite hands and gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize that the boon fulfilling posture that you're receiving your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana. Januni bhumau samsthapya hastabhyam bahu parasparam dhritva saralam tishthet varasanam bhavati. Now, keep your knees together and toes tucked in. Lean forward and bring the elbows to the mat. Hands holding the head, rest the head onto the hands and heels on the butt. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a boar, one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu in Varahasana 2. Suryam Chandram Bhedananyas Sanani Kathayante Kurparo Bhumau Sthapayitva. Now, kneel down, place the crown of the head onto the mat between your interlaced fingers, elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart, and lift your knees up and hips high. Raise your body upside down, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a lopped tree in Mundasana. Adho Mundasanam Vakshe Sarvesham Praninaam Sukham Urdhvamarge Pade Dattva Dharayen Marutam Siddhi. Now, relax and bring your legs down. Kneel down with your heads between your knees, elbows adjacent to the knees. With your hands, hold your head and exhale through your mouth. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Andhasana. प्रथम पगथली समटहरावे कोरमहूली उभे मिलिवे फनापान उकड़ कर बेसे दोऊ एडी गुरानि वेसे. Now, lie on the belly with your arms extended out. Lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. Shalabhasana Bhedascha Natabherunda Namake Gandabherunda Sahite Girasan Dandasam Sanam Tatha. Now, lie on your belly with your arms at your side, palms down. Keep your forehead to the ground. Keep your chest on the mat and lift your legs up together, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. Kapalam Bhumau Nidhaya Urdhvam Pado Nyet Kapalasanam Bhavati. Now, lie on the stomach with your hands by the side, lift your legs up over the head and slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep your palms flat on the mat behind, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a free and opened up in Akasha Kapotasana. Ushtrasane sthitva charanau bhu meruthapya mastakopari nitva prishtaprasadena bhumau sthapayet Akasha Kapotam bhavati. Now, sit on your knees. Bring the chest down so that the navel touches the knees. Keep your hands flat on the mat and forearms on the ground. Be sturdy. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. Purparaparyam tau hasto Bharamavastambhajanuni nabhau samkuchya tishte Chatakasanam bhavati. Now, kneel down with your hands and elbows on the mat. Raise your legs, bend back to touch your feet onto the head. Lift your chin and hold. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana 2. Vrishchiva Pucha Prathimangi Parshni Dhritva Swashirse Chibukam Vidharyakau Yatreti Santishtati Sadhakastva Vishavaham Vrishchika Sanyamasanam. Now, place the perineum down on the right heel. Keep your left foot outside of the hip, ankle to the side. Place your hands onto the mat, resembling a bull. Visualize yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Yamya gulpe padamule vamabhage padetaram. Now, from the kneeling position, place your hands flat onto the mat in front of you. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes of the left feet over top of the right. Balance above the mat. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in Lolasanam. Lolasanam sada kuryad vayulola paghatanat sthiravayu prasadena sthiracheta bhavedritam. Now, repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Yamya gulbhe padamule vamabhage padetaram vipiritam sprishet bhumim vrishasanamidam bhavet. Now, place your left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised towards the chest. Palms on the respective knees. Maintain an upright position. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize Balaguna in Balagunasana. Asana Kauguna Jalabika Rajayi. Now, squat with your feet flat on the mat. Bring your elbows under the thighs and wrap your hands around the shins. Hold on to the ankles from the outside, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana. Padatale bhumau samsthapya janu madhye kurparau sthapya hastabhyam gulpa pradesho dhritva tishtet Grahasanam bhavati. We are now going to repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Place your right toes on the ground and sit on the heel with your right foot. Place the left foot flat on the ground with your knee raised towards the chest. Palms on the respective knees. Maintain an upright position. Engage the Mula Bandha in Balagunasana. Asana Kaugana Jalabika Rajayi. Now, squat on the toes with your heels up and knees off the mat. Place the perineum on the heels and hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Utkatasana. Yujaspijo sthiyata urdhvajanu yatrasane padataladvayopari snigdhya managuttarak andharanya masprishya pitham. Now, sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels and the soles together. Keep your knees wide and off the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind the back. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Vajrasanghasana 2. प्रथमपन प्रथमपन पनिहोय जैसे दो एडी गुदानी वैसे गोदा उभौ राके थिए आडे वाय पसारे धीर. Now squat or sit with your feet hip hip width apart, hands under your soles of the feet from the inside with your palms facing down, arms straight, elbows together at the navel center, gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize that you're able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. दो हाथ भूम परिठाने कहू निजादी नाभिलंग आने फना दो ऐसे विधि करे पिष्टि हथेलिया की परिधेरे. Now, place the back of the hands on the mat with your fingers facing towards the body. Step your feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapping around the feet like a shoe and walk around. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize that you're wearing the padukas and walking around India in Padukasana. Hastatalayo padatale Ritva tishtet gachet padukasanam bhavati. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both your feet upwards into the air and let them fall back down again. Do this in a dynamic movement. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वं मुदानं कृत्वा भूमौ पठेत् इत्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुक्कुटोदनं भवति. Now place your hands on the mat, raise your leg upwards into a handstand, move around on two hands dancing. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself free of inhibitions in Viparita Nityasana. हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्व पादग्रे कुर्वन् हस्ततलाभ्यां नर्तनं कर्तव्यं विपरीतनृत्यं भवति. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with your arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head and be stable. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Kunjarasana. अथवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरः करः. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. अथवक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरः करः. Now, sit on the ground with your feet flat and heels close to the body. Hold your respective ankles and lift the feet off the ground. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life in Kadambasana. पार्ष्णिभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्यः हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्बं भवति. Now, sit with your heels at the perineum, hold your knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize any excess vata releasing or balancing within your system in Pavana Muktasana. द्वयोस्तुपादयोः पार्ष्णेन लात्वा स्वनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि सादर भभ्रातिर्करबन्धनैः. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both your hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up with your knees straight. Lift your entire body off the ground and keep your chin up, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful energy source in Chakorasana. Purvatanam Chatushpadam Pitham Vajrasanam Tatha. Now sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. Extend your right leg out. Keep straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. Padangushtau tu panibhyam grihitva shravanavadhi. Now lift the left leg over top the left shoulder. Bring the right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the left. Lift up your head and chest and find balance. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a flying plane in Ashtavakrasana. Vasishtamata gaundinyam udhva kukkutameva cha ashtavakramatotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath, raise the left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize that you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana in pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यश चामरः एकपादमरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धे न्यत्पादरक्षणम्. Now, place the right foot at the root of the left thigh and then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body and remain steady. Engage Mula Bandha and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranatha in Parshva Matsyendrasana. Vamorumula मूलर्पितदक्षपादो जान्वोर्बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा. Now we're going to repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both your hands flat on the ground and extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight. Lift the entire body off the ground and keep your chin up in Chakorasana. Purvatanam Chatushpadam Pitham Vajrasanam Tatha. Let's now repeat Dhanurasana on the other side. Dhanurasana 2. Padangushthau tu panibhyam grihitva sharanavadhi. Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Vasishtamatakaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavakramato mayuram setu bandhanam. Engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize that you're able to exist solely from prana and repeat pranasana on the other side. Etat pravedam vakshami karoti yasa chamaraha ekapadamaro badhvat kandhenyat padarakshanam. Now, place the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body and remain steady. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the great sage in Yogi Matsyendranatha in Parshvamatyendrasana. मूलर्पीठदक्षपादो जान्वोर्बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा. Now, keep one leg straight and press the perineum with the other heel. Chest forward and down. Hold your toes and bring the head down on the knee. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye, Ardha Paschimottasana. Ekam padam prasadya, ekam padasya pasnina, Shivani sampidadya hastadvayena prasarita. Now, place your left ankle outside the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keep your knees straight and gaze towards the nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a crane in Crown Chasana. Vasishtamatakaundinyam urdhvakukkutameva cha ashtavakramato mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, repeat Ardha Paschimottasana on the other side. Keep one leg straight and press the perineum with the other heel. Chest forward and down. Hold your toes and bring your head towards your knee. Ekam padam prasadya, ekam padasya pashrina. Now repeat Crown Shasana on the other side. Vasishtamataunyam urdhagukkutameva cha ashtavakramato mayuram setu bandhanam. Now, sit with your soles between the thighs and the calves. With your spine straight, rest your palms on your knees. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize embodying peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity in Swastikasana. Janurvorantare samyak kritva padatale ubhe. Now, keep your feet in the same position. Cover your heels with your respective hands and tuck in your chin to your chest. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize the great sage Gorakhanatha in Gorakshasana. Janurvorantare padau uttano vyakta samsthitau gulbhau cha chadya hastabhyam muttanabhyam prayatnataha. Now bring your left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close your eyes with your index fingers, nose the middle fingers, ears with the thumbs, gaze at the third eye. Meditate on Arihanta. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in Bhagasana 2. Vama Parshna Gudham Sthapya Dakshangrimva Vajanghane. Now, place the feet on top of the opposite knees. Place your hand on the ground, palms facing up. Keep your spine straight. Gaze towards the nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Yogasana 2. Uttanau charanau kritva samsthapyopari janano asanopari samsthapya chotanam karayugmakam. Now, from Padmasana, place the hands flat on the mat beside the body. Press the hands into the mat and lift the knees off the ground. Balance above the ground, engaging the Mula Bandha. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Vasishtamatakaundinyam urdhakukkutameva cha ashtavakramato mayuram setu bandhanam. Now from Padmasana, insert both your hands to your knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting the body up but stay seated on the mat, gaze towards your nose. Engage the Mula Bandha. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Siddhaharataliasana. Prathamam Padmasana kot kare hastado goda sandidhere. Now, from Padmasana, place the hands on the mat through the gaps of the calves and thighs. Lift your thighs up onto the shoulder and legs off the mat. Stay above the mat, gaze towards your nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Kukkutasana sthitva skandha paryantam urinitva tishtet Hamsasanam bhavati. Now, from Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and the calves. While sitting, reach the hands behind the body, interlace your fingers, bring your forehead to the floor, gaze towards the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana. प्रथम पद्म आसन को करे गोड़ा संधि मही करि धेरे. Now, from Padmasana, insert both your hands through the thighs and the calves. Bend your elbows and hold the respective shoulders with your hands. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize a turtle in a stable body and mind to live in for hundreds of years. In Kurmasana 2. Bami Jangha Paradakshina Pava Dahini Jangha Paribhamilyava Pahalya Amsraghale Hatha. Now, from Padmasana, insert both your hands through the thighs and calves, bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with your hands. Bend your head down and tuck your chin towards your chest, gaze towards the nose. Engage the Jalandhar Bandha and rejoice knowing that your Shiva's secret knot posture in Granthi Bedasana. अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवेत् क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्. Now, from Padmasana, insert both your hands through the thighs and calves. Lay on the back and bend your elbows and hold the respective shoulders with your hands. Engage the Mula Bandha and feel like a turtle in a stable body and mind for hundreds of years. In Uttanukurmasana, कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मावदुत्तेन मेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्. Now, from Padmasana, place both your hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and hold in while engaging the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. कुक्कुटासनवच्चित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततिलेन भूमिम् अवष्टिभ्य तिष्ठेत् पङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति. Now repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. कुक्कुटासनवच्चित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततिलेन भूमिम् अवष्टिभ्य तिष्ठेत् पङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति. Now, from Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers. Rest your chin on your knuckles and press the thumbs onto the throat. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetousness in Gridhrasana. जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ कुल्फीच्छाद्यहस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानभ्यां प्रयत्नतः. Now, place your left foot on the right thigh and the right thigh on the left. Hold one hand over the other with your palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gazing towards your nose. Engage all three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye in Padmasana 3. Uttanau charanau vidhaya vidhivak shakti sthitau yogirat uttanau swakarau cha shakti yugalante sadhu kritva samau nasagre trishama vidhaya chibukam chottolya vakshasthalam. Now, place your left foot on the right thigh on the left foot. Place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze towards the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana 4. एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभाशुभं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः. Now, from Padmasana, hook your right hand with your index and middle finger around the right toes. From the bottom of the foot, lift your elbow as if pulling a bow back and move the big toe around. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukhasana 2. Athanyasanamakshye yoga पूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्. Now, from Padmasana, cross the arms behind the back and hold the big toes. Inhale through the tongue straight like an arrow. Straight in like an arrow. Engage all three bandhas and gaze towards the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukhasana 3. Karmukhasanamakshitya udare purayet sukham tada vayurvaso yati kalena sukshma vayuna. Now, maintain Karmukhasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze towards your third eye. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye. Anything which you come across, you destroy in Dridhasana. ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यदक्षिणदेशके. Now, from Padmasana, place your arms behind your back, holding the opposite big toes. Lay down on the elbows, thighs, and back. Gaze towards the nose. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana. Prathama Padma Asana Kothane, Dou Hatha Pachane, Amne Pada Anguta Pakade Ani Sobe Kahunya Kulya Pani. Now, lie on your back, bend your knees, feet on the ground, embrace your knees to your chest, head with your head touching your knees, engage the Mula Bandha and squeeze the body into a ball in Kandukasana. वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निकुर्ष्य मूर्ध्वं नेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोठेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति. Now lay on the back with your knees raised together, with your big toes evenly together, hands interlocked under the head, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in Urdhva Pavanasana. प्रथम सुधोषेण करावे गोडा उभे राशि मिलिवे गुलप महिला अंगुष्ठ दोई करे एकश मिल रासोई. Now, lie on the back, bend your knees and keep your feet flat on the mat. Place your upturned palms under the heels, lift your hips up, engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana. Uttanam Shayanam Padatale Uttan Hastayo Sthapayet Prishthabhagamudram Mayet Marakatapitam Bhavati. Now, lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands placed at the waist. Elbows bearing the weight of the body. Chin with your chin pressing at your throat in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Uttana Shikhipitakasana. जङ्गोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्थानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्राविजितेन्द्रियः. Now lie supine and raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed. With your elbows and hands extending on the mat below, help your body balance as your legs are raised up straight. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and visualize your body blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादक्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुद्रयेत् नरकासनं भवति. Now, lie supine and raise your hips and bring your hands to the lower back, keeping the elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically, slightly lower, and angle them, keeping the core engaged. In Jalandhara Bandha, visualize that you're a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryan Naukasana. Naukavat sthitva ऊर्ध्वपादग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति. Now, keep the upper back on the mat. Raise the legs up vertically, elbows and shoulders and hands remaining on the mat below. Keep your legs vertical and hold. Engage in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag in Dhwajasana. तिर्यन्नौकावद् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिमवष्टभ्य मस्तकालक्षेण पादग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वनये ध्वजासनं भवति. Now, lie supine and completely relax. Avoid any movement at all. Visualize that your body is dead and that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is liberating you in Mritasanam. उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Relax your whole body. Now, slowly wiggle your fingers, legs, start shaking them. And now start rocking to the side and rolling your body to the side. Roll to your right and sit up in a cross-legged position. Yes, congratulations everyone. You have all successfully completed the 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the sequence of the Nithyananda Yoga. So we congratulate each and every one of you and we thank all of you for joining us in the Nithyananda Yoga today. Now quickly go change your clothes, drink some water and come back and settle down so that we can get started with the amazing, exciting day ahead of us. So now we are going to be concluding with the Purna Mantra. I request all of you to sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your third eye. Thank Swamiji for everything. Offer your gratitude to Swamiji and let's now end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, everyone. Nithyanandam.
Kavi? Kavi Pratap! Arjanta Madam! Kavi! ఏదో స్టాక్ ఇచ్చిపా నా ఫేస్ ఏంది అయ్యో ఏందప్పా ఇది నా ఫేస్ చూడండి ఏమింది ఏ సమాచారం Nithyanandam everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program, day 6 of the Paramashivoham program. Let's start our sessions with the power manifestation. I hope all of you have enjoyed the yoga sessions. Even simply share your yoga experience in the chat. What is your yoga experience? Were you able to do all the asanas and you have any questions on the yoga sessions, you can post. And now post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the third eye power manifestation. Quickly post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please quickly post your powerful cognitions and get ready for the power manifestation. From Ishananda. And request all of you to be on camera. Completely surrendering to the Guru and accepting whatever the Guru says, means transcending your senses and judgments. And you will become enlightened. Beautiful cognition. Thank you for posting my Ishananda. And how about others? Quickly post your Elizabeth Ma and Lycia. Lycia, I'm not able to see you now. And Pooja Karin also not clearly seeing you. Juan Hu. Sangeeta Sinha. Chandrasekhara Priya. Quickly come online and let's start our session. Siria Wang, E. Jian Lee, Ken. All of you, please come in front of camera and participate actively in the sessions. Elizabeth Ma, everyone is a leader in some way or the other of your team or of your house. Beautiful. How about others? Siria Wang, Ken, Ishananda, Alfred Kumar, Chakra Rajaswarupini, Chandrasekhara Priya, Singaravellu, Vijayan Lee, Nithyananda, Paramashiva. You need to change your name. Wang Jungli, come in front of camera. Juan Hu, all of you, please come in front of camera. Let's start our sessions with the power manifestation. All right, so please sit straight, close your eyes. Wang Jungli posted. When you take something too seriously and worry too much about the results, you are not actually allowing yourself to perform at your best. Wonderful. Wonderful. So now please sit straight. Close your eyes. Tie your eyes with eye band. Bring awareness to your third eye. And fill your inner space with Swamiji's form, Paramashiva's form. And any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your awareness to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya. and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So I'm going to project the picture. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant the Mahavakya and experience the face of oneness. I'm projecting the picture. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Now, all of you, please open your eyes and post whatever your third eye reveals in the chat. Again, I'm requesting all of you to be on camera. Ejingli Nithyanandam, Singara Velu, Alfred Kumar, Nithyananda Paramashivo. You must change your name. All of you quickly type your power manifestation results in the chat. Yes, I'm projecting the picture. Anyone else is there? Quickly type it. There are 18 responses I'm expecting. How many I got? 6. How about others? Unless you participate, unless it has become your experience, your participation, you will get the experience. Without participation, just watching, listening, you will not get anything. The result is very, very minute. Involving yourself, participation, involvement only yields results. All right. So I'm projecting the picture now. Anyone else is quickly post it in few seconds. This is what I projected. So let me read your responses. E. Jiangli is saying, I start feel calm, stillness. Super. Then Chandrasekhara Priya says, vulnerability is allowing everything to touch. Yeah, okay. So there's a powerful cognition. I already saw the picture. So I can't participate. Okay, sky blue. Yes. Singaravelu, partial manifestation. Sky blue is correct. Wang Zingli, green. Yes, blue, correct. Water, yellow is not there. But three, correct. Green is there. Blue, yes. Water is there. So Wang Zingli, wonderful. Elizabeth Ma, yet to E Zingli. Blue light, wonderful. Yellow light, golden light, white light. I start to feel calm and stillness. Ken, who is the Chinese translator now? Ken has posted something which I cannot read in Chinese. All right. So let's move on to the today's sessions on seeking. Seeking for what? Seeking, sadhana, and tapas. Sadhana means practice. Tapas, intensely practicing for our higher evolution, for our conscious breakthrough, to get enlightenment, whatever. So seeking for what? So what is seeking? And you will learn so many sacred, powerful secrets about seeking today. And this is what actually we need. Swamiji says something. You may have anything in life. there are many things we may have. You may have the great success in life, a great wealth you may have a great relationship, all that you may have. But if you do not have the attitude, the seeking in you, seeking for your higher purpose, seeking for enlightenment is not there, your life is a waste. Meaning, here, seeking, and one of the satsang Swamiji said, seeking is the more than enlightenment itself. Meaning, if you have the seeking, you have everything. Seeking is a true blessing. Swamiji says, seeking is a true blessing. The most blessed, seeking for the higher truth. Your seeking is powerful enough to make you experience the space you carry as seeking will lead you to your ultimate. So we will be learning many cognitions about seeking today. So we have Acharya who will start the session, first session, Jnana session.
Nithyananda, thank you. Yeah. Requesting all the participants to come to this phase of listening. All seekers here, let us understand deeper truths about seeking itself. So we'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. This is the most important step for a seeker, seeking the blessings of the Master who's going to shower it all on us. So let us do that. Please put your hands together. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Start taking long, deep breaths. Your breath connects you directly to your consciousness and brings you to the space of listening. Breathe in and breathe out as slowly as you can. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Nithyananda, everyone, welcoming all of you to seeking. What is the source of seeking? Swamiji says, your very bio-memory vibrates. Your very bio-memory actively functions with some of the basic questions of life. What is pleasure? How can I have more of it? What is pain? How can I avoid pain? What is life? Just taking birth, eat, make merry, move around, run around your day-to-day activities, make some money, buy a home, get a wife, buy a car, have 2 kids, and then one fine day, kick the bucket. Is this all what life is about? How many of you here have had these questions? I'd like to hear from all of you. Yan Lee, Lisika, Ma Elizabeth Mary Crow, Wong Junji, Magnana Guru Prasadani, Nithyananda, yeah. Singara Velu Aya, Ken, Zoe, Ishananda, Alfred Kumar, Nitya Chakra Raja, Swarupini, Chunyu. Nice to see all of you. Yes, indeed. Yes, yes. I have all answers coming up in affirmative. See, all of these basic truths, basic understandings, how can I experience it all? I'm sure all of us have felt this. And that is why we are all here as seekers. All these basic questions about life is what continues to make you function and act also. Because you have these questions, you continue to function and act, says Swamiji. What is it that we are all seeking? From time that we take birth in a particular body, in a particular lifetime, whether we realize it or not, whether we become aware of it or not, we are all continually on the path of seeking. As a baby, our seeking may seem very simple, and it's limited to ensuring that our basic physical and emotional needs are met with. Mother's around to breastfeed you. Father is there to comfort you. As long as you get your food on time, you get to sleep, and you have the affection of your parents, you're happy. Your seeking is limited only to that level, isn't it? Beyond that, after all that, when we move into becoming a child, as we grow up to be children, our seeking may get more complicated, a little more. We are not satisfied with just the food, sleep, and the little bit of attention that we get from our parents. Not just our basic needs met with, we are not happy. We start craving for attention and approval from our family members and our widening circle of acquaintances, friends, your teachers, your neighbors, all of them, isn't it? From there, we mature into adulthood. And there seems to be no end, no limit to our seeking. We begin, all of us, we begin to desire name, fame, wealth, health, physical beauty, a fulfilling career, loving relationships, and very importantly, a sense of acceptance and feeling belonged to the society in which you are living. Isn't it? Do all of you agree? Finally, we move into old age. And we may seek to avoid disease, ill health, loneliness, and more importantly, the most inevitable and impending happening of life, which is death itself. Yet, throughout all this, we remain unsatisfied. Having gone through this cycle again and again and again through many lifetimes, the question still remains as to what is it that I am really seeking? It is not that at any stage in life you are complete and fulfilled. There is something that you are seeking at all time. What you are seeking just varies depending on what age, which place in life you are at that particular point in time. But there is something that we are always seeking, not even knowing as to what it is that we are seeking. Based on our experiences and varying levels of maturity, not all of us will be pursuing the same type of physical or emotional pleasures. Not all of our seeking is necessarily about achieving certain worldly goals or fulfilling our materialistic desires just for the sake of doing so. Someone may be happy with just 2 square meals a day, living in a hut, and someone may be rolling in billions, but still not happy. It is variable for each one of us. If we look a little deeper into the nature of our seeking, we may find that we are simply running towards the objects of our desire only in order to distract ourselves from facing the daunting truth that this body is temporary, and the simple fact that we are born means we are also going to die. A hard-hitting fact and truth of our lives. How many people really have the courage to face this truth? Swamiji says, all of your running towards the objects of your desire may simply be because of this one fact that you are not ready to face. That the body that I am living in is something that is going to perish, and death is just there. When? Maybe we don't have an answer to that question, but surely, yes, it is there, waiting for all of us. So, to avoid having to deal with the seemingly harsh reality of our lives, we turn away from looking within ourselves, and instead we constantly, continuously direct our attention towards the outer world, outwards, looking for security and comfort. Are you all with me with these understandings? I want to know who I am and what I'm doing in this life, says Nithyananda. Life is full of the same old things, different days. Yes, I am. Now, I have met Guru, my Swamiji, and now I know who I am. My life is no longer confused and my goals are clearer, says Magnana Guru Prasadini. I'm glad to hear this from all of you. You are in the right place, Yanli, you will find your answers. Life is no longer going to be that monotonous thing happening every day in and day out. Welcome. Welcome to Seeking. Yes. If we look a little deeper into the nature of our seeking, we will find that we are simply running towards the object of our desires only to distract ourselves from facing the daunting truth that this body is just temporary. We crave and desire temporary pleasures that we do not realize will only bring us more suffering. And we do everything we possibly can to cling to the identity that we have carefully built over the years. You strived so hard to build this identity and you hang on to it for dear life. Everything which you ran after, thinking that that's going to give you pleasure in your life, one fine day turned out to be the very source of your suffering, isn't it? When you cling on to that identity that you have crafted for yourself over the years, when you do so, you deny yourself the opportunity to examine your own internal discontent and to discover the true source of everlasting joy and bliss. If you're just holding on to that, even though you know that it's not going to give you that fulfillment, sadly, you will be denying yourself this journey to discover the true source of your everlasting joy and bliss. Understand, this can only come from delving deep into the truth behind the ephemeral and constantly changing the nature of our existence, and understanding that true happiness cannot be found no matter how hard we try in worldly pursuits. You might have thought, when I build this villa for myself, I'm going to be the happiest person on the planet Earth. You might have built that house. You stayed there for a few weeks, a few months, enjoying it like how you fantasized that you would possibly be enjoying that place. After a period of time, is that happiness lasting? No, it wanes off, isn't it? How many of us can vouch for this fact? You see these vacation pictures where somebody is lying on a beach, enjoying the sun, the waves in the ocean, and you dream, this is going to give me so much joy. You reach that place. Maybe for the first half an hour, you gaze at the ocean. You also go and lie down on the same chair which that model you saw was lying down, thinking that, this is heaven. But 1 hour passes by. Do you still have the same feeling of that place? Yeah, okay, good. But after a while, you have to get back to your house, carry on with your life. And sadly, you will realize that what you fantasized about that holiday, that vacation in Mauritius, actually did not give you the kind of joy that you visualized it would actually cause for you in your life. Do you all agree with this? Yes, right? True. It's been each one of our experience, isn't it? If you hold on to the fact, to the understanding that the society has filled you with, that when you have this, you're going to be very happy. And you continue with your material pursuits, the worldly pursuits, one fine day, when you're on your deathbed, you'll understand, hey, what a waste of life. How badly I wasted my life. I have everything that the society told me that, you have this, you just will have happiness. I have it all, but I don't see that I have had that fulfillment and completion in my life. It's a sad story, isn't it? So, no matter however hard you try in worldly pursuits, you are never going to find that true, lasting happiness, and that is the sad part. Every one of us, irrespective, is a seeker. Some of us may not yet know this, but we are all on the path of seeking, and we have all taken birth for this very reason. The path of seeking is a continuous journey inwards and upwards. The journey into the depths of your being, which will only raise you higher and higher. It may seem short and pleasant for some, and long and arduous for others, but we will all understand that at some point in time, we will realize that we are all on the path that is right for us in this lifetime. I congratulate each one of you here who has signed up for the program on your path of seeking your higher self. You will receive all the essential guidance and teachings on your path of seeking, which will deepen your insights and allow you to explore into the true nature of yourself. Most importantly, once you connect with the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru, Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, he takes it up on him, his responsibility to ensure that your seeking never ends and it's always kept alive till the ultimate and the final experience of Paramashivoham happens for each one of you. So I welcome you all to seeking. Let us see what Bhagavan has to share to raise us all to his very space. When did seeking start? When did human beings first start seeking? Seeking started in the Ganges civilization. When the seeking started, how did human beings respond? How did human beings react? How did they express when the seeking started expressing in them? And when did the experience of seeking start in them? The answers for all these questions the first thing that you need to understand is that we worshipped nature also. We worshipped through the deities and through nature, and that is why I am using a new word, natural worshippers. A lot of new words will be coined by Swamiji, which will click with you. You may not find these words in your dictionaries, but they will just make sure that the experience happens in all of us. So one such is natural worshippers, because we worshipped nature and we worshipped through the deities. We were naturally worshippers, not just nature worshippers. Now, what's the difference? Human beings, when they first started seeking, the first thing that they did was look up in the sky. They understood they have a possibility that is beyond their imagination. They understood they have to look up. They understood they need to reach high. When they looked up, expecting to see the divine, all they saw was the sun, and they knew the sun may be a symbol, but beyond him is the truth. Please internalize these statements. He's going to lead us step by step. Hindus are natural worshippers, not just nature worshippers. We worshipped nature not with the limited understanding which the other indigenous religions have about nature, the tribal religions have about nature. That is why I insist we are not just nature worshippers, we worshipped nature, but not just the nature. The force which is wielded by the nature, which is beyond the nature. Understand the difference between nature worshippers and natural worshippers. Hindus are natural worshippers. We did not just worship nature like how the tribal religions worship. We worshipped nature and also the force which is wielded by the nature, which is beyond the nature. Nature worshippers will say, "Oh sun, please give me your blessing." Naturally, worshippers will say, "Oh, the energy behind the sun, which is covered by your shining form, which we can all see, please reveal yourself. There is something behind you. We want to see that. Let that be revealed." Are you all catching it? It's such a subtle yet a powerful difference when you're worshipping nature versus when you're a natural worshipper. The Hindus reached out to the energy behind the sun, asking the energy to reveal itself. True seeking is starting to look at what is it that is behind this sun, which is making the sun radiant. If one starts with the sun or stops with the sun, This is nature worshippers. But that is not the truth. Seeing the truth behind nature is seeking and naturally worshippers. Are you all catching the point? My Elizabeth, Alfred Kumar, Ma Pooja. Yes, Saya, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Ian Lee. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Aya. Thank you, my Elizabeth. When you see darkness and try to find out what is beyond darkness, it is not that great. You know that it is possible, and you will try to look beyond the darkness always because you don't want to be stuck with it. Understand this. But when you see a powerful light and ask, let me see the reality behind this light, it means that your seeking is so strong that it cannot be diverted, manipulated, misguided, diluted, even if it is something glaringly radiating, even if it is shining like a golden light. Understand this. If you're just looking at darkness and you're trying to look beyond the darkness, who wants to be in darkness? It's okay. But when you're faced with even the golden light, and even then you're asking the question, let me look beyond the golden light, then you are a true seeker. Your seeking can never be diluted, diverted, or manipulated, says Bhagavan. Look for what is behind the glory. Do not get lost in the very glory itself, the shining, glaring effulgence. Do not get lost in any form, any name, any glory, any powers. Look deep and go into the source, the very origin. The real danger in your life is when you get cozy with the powers and glories of your life, or the life that you appreciate. You should explore the energy behind this glory, whether it is in your life or the life that you appreciate. I'll give you an example which all of us can relate to. Whenever you have suffering in life, some pain comes your way in the form of disease or bad relationships or poverty, all human beings ask the question, why me? Do you ask that question when the best blessings come your way? Why me? Do any of us ask that question? Are you catching what I'm trying to tell you? When glory is coming your way, the real danger is you get cozy with it. You get stuck in life. Okay, Ma Pooja, whenever human beings go through a certain suffering, a pain, a disease, all of us, all human beings will say, why is this happening to me? Yes or no? Whereas some good thing comes your way. Do you ever ask? You take it for granted. You do not even appreciate that something good is happening in your life. Yes, my Elizabeth says, absolutely. Yes. At least when you're in pain and suffering, there is a possibility that you will seek. But when everything is going very good in your life, you will get caught. And that is the real danger. Swamiji says, when you get cozy with your glories and powers of your life, you should start exploring the energy behind that glory and not getting stuck with the glory. Look for what is behind the glory. I know when, with so much of suffering, sadness, and everything, when you find some peace, glory, and joy, you always wanted to settle down in that very space. But settling down will make your seeking dull. It may actually take away your seeking. If you miss me because of some of your own ideas or defects, you missed me, says Swamiji. But there are some people who miss me seeing my powers and glories. If you are just celebrating only powers and glories, stuck with only powers and glories, you will lose me. Powers and glories are not enough. Understand? All of the seekers, this is one of the major issues. It is usually some kind of sadness, suffering that actually triggers seeking in you. When you come to the master and the master opens your eyes to look into all the blessings that you have received in your life and the ephemeral nature of even your pain and suffering, you find a sense of calm, a sense of peace, some joy in your life. And it is but natural that you would feel the necessity to settle down in that space. Swamiji says, when you get into that cozy comfort zone, sadly, your seeking will become dull. After a point of time, you may actually even stop seeking. There are two types of people. Some of them miss the master because he doesn't fall into your frame of your ideologies. And there is yet another group which miss the master just looking at his powers and his glories. Either way, if you're just celebrating only the powers and glories also, that is not enough. Swamiji says, see, what is it that radiates the powers and glories? Then you will realize the ultimate truth inside you. Don't look at his powers and glories and get deflected, saying, this is not for me. At the same time, if you're just stuck there with the powers and glories, even then your seeking will not progress. Can I have an acknowledgement if all of you are getting what I'm sharing? It's important. Please put up your responses here in the chat box. These are all very subtle truths, and I want all of you to walk the path step by step with us, not missing out any step. That's why I'm asking for an acknowledgement. You can answer in yes, no. Yanli, are you good? Okay, all right. Thank you, Singaravelu Ayya. My Elizabeth types, don't just celebrate Swamiji's powers and glories, go deeper. What is it that radiates the powers and glories? And the ultimate truth is inside of us. You're right, Ma. That's the gist you got. Very good. So, see what is it that radiates those powers and glories. And then you will realize that the ultimate truth inside you will catch the truth of Shivoham, Paramashivoham. I am Shiva. Living Advaita is the only result that shows you realized who is me. Sometimes, even by celebrating my powers and glories, if you divert yourself from the original experience of Shivoham, which you need to achieve, again, you missed it. Swamiji is very clear. If you are here just as a fan, my Swamiji is so great. He did that. He blessed me and the cancer got healed. Look at the kind of powers all the initiated disciples are radiating. If you're just here singing his glory and you got diverted from your own original experience of Shivoham, which you need to achieve, again, you missed it, says Bhagavan. Is that clear? All right. Of course, if there is a feeling connection and devotion, that very devotion will raise you, remind you, and help you to reinvent. But that devotion of celebrating the glory and powers should not make you lose your attention from the true reality, from the truth. On the path of truth, even the glaring veils are veils. However glaring it may be, a veil is a veil is a veil. It is not allowing you to see your own truth, the ultimate experience which Bhagavan is wanting each one of us to experience, live and radiate, which is the truth of Shivoham, Paramashivoham. However glaring the veil is, it is still a veil. It is stopping you from experiencing the truth. Seeking the very source of you, seeking the source of the whole, and seeking what happens after death is the essence of life, says Swamiji. I repeat, seeking the source of you, seeking the source of the whole, and seeking what happens after death is the essence of life. Contemplating on these thought currents will help develop a strong nervous system that suddenly the fear about death will disappear and the mysteries of death will be revealed in front of you. Understand, Bhagavan is very clear. The only way that you can walk away from any fear is facing the fear itself. It could be a simple fear like the fear of cockroach or the fear of losing your name, fame, your physical health, your mental abilities, your skills, your relationships in your life. All of that is actually rooted in the fear of death itself. Swamiji, way back many years ago, I don't remember exactly, but at least I would say about 12 to 13 years back, I have practiced this technique, which actually led me out of many imaginary fears that I used to battle with. I was in Singapore for a conference, and just before heading out for the conference, early in the morning, I had switched on and I was listening to the satsang, where Swamiji gave this very empowering technique. I will share it with all of you. I had this fear of death of my near and dear ones. Oh, what will happen if something happens to my parents, to my husband, to my near and dear ones, my friends, my child? That fear was so huge that I would not even engage with that thought. Swamiji said, all those kind of fears, just sit and visualize as if it has happened. It has happened in your life. Live that experience to the minute detail. What will I do if this happens? Suppose the spouse dies. How are you going to live your life after that? Visualize every single thing, including you sitting next to the dead body. Thereafter, what are the added responsibilities that will come up in your life in that person's absence? Live through the pain, live through the suffering that you will actually go through as if it has happened. To the minutest detail, live that experience of the fear that you are cherishing in your heart, in your very being. Trust me, just that half an hour session where sincerely I sat and I went through the experience as if it has happened. It has completely liberated me from that fear of that happening. Swamiji says it's not going to happen, but the limiting inhibitions that you have about that happening, which is actually your very imagination, your very fantasy, which binds you, which limits you, you will walk away from those clutches of it. Are you all getting what I'm trying to tell you? More often than not, it is your imagination about a certain happening that limits you, that binds you, and doesn't allow you to live your life in its possibility. After doing that, practicing that technique, I just am deeply settled inside me that when the person is not around, believe it or not, I will never even think about that person even for a moment. So much of completion in this space. It is not that there is any incompletion in that relationship. We are having a very fulfilled, complete relationship, but I never miss that person when that person is not in my presence, in my physical presence. When we are with each other, we simply enjoy and celebrate life. But when that person is not around, even for a moment, I do not even miss that being in my life, whether it is my child, my husband, my mother, my brother, whosoever it is. All my near and dear ones. It is just such an empowered way of living, a liberated feeling, where you just celebrate the other when he or she is with you. And at the same time, you don't even miss when they are not around you. It can only happen with the Master's grace. Can you all connect with this sharing? Yes? Yan Lee, thank you, Aya. So this is the kind of empowered life, a liberated life that happens just with the Master's grace, where you start living enlightenment while on the planet Earth. The various dimensions of living enlightenment happens as a gift from the Master. Yes. You will simply know the whole thing. You will be ready and you will be experientially liberated from the fear of death. Even your own death is never going to be a fearful experience. You will be so graceful through the whole thing. Any powerlessness related to death will just dissolve. Your whole being will become powerful and see through death. Each of the thought current is experiential. It is like cooking. First, add rice, then put a little salt, then put a little turmeric, then put a little tamarind juice. In the same way, your pure analysis, step by step, is adding each ingredient to the rice. So by the time you finish, you are the best turmeric rice or tamarind rice. Even you will celebrate your existence, says Swamiji. It's as simple as that. Yes, my Elizabeth, you got it right. She's saying, in other words, live out your fears in your imagination and it will liberate you. Facing your fear. When there is a certain physical happening, face it. You're afraid of darkness, go face the darkness. You will see that there is nothing about darkness that can actually bind you when you face it. And all these kind of death-related fears, you have to live it in your imagination as if it has happened already. Live through every single small detail and you will see that you will be liberated. Yes, ma'am. Now, contemplation on these thought currents can guide you through all your powerlessness with that thought current. For example, if you have so much of powerlessness about death, various questions, unknown, as a mystery, pain, unknown fear, all of that, just contemplating on death is enough, says Swamiji. If you just catch the thought current, you can just go through the whole powerlessness, win over the whole thing. If you just sail, it can just sail you through all the powerlessness and help you reach the shore of powerfulness and liberate you once and for all. Understand? This is a very important truth that I want all of us to catch. Just catch the thought current and you can just go through the whole powerlessness and win over the whole thing. Bhagavan says, I never feel I am not capable when I start any project, anything. The golden temple that I wanted to build in Bidadi, casually I said one day, come on, let's make a golden temple for Shiva. I read a book where Rajaraja Chola made a whole Tanjore temple covered with gold because of his Guru Mahasanidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, his word. There is a document in the Tondai Mandala Adinam that Sannidhanam, who's the pontiff of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, chose a girl who will be the queen and whose son will be the successor. So he did all the marriage and the rituals, and he ordered Rajaraja Chola, you make a temple and cover it with gold. So Rajaraja made the temple and invited Sannidhanam to come and do all the rituals. Sannidhanam went and did everything that needed to be done, and then after that, Sannidhanam gave a command, please cover it with gold. And Rajaraja Cholan accepted his command and did the same thing. He covered the whole temple with gold. So, that was the incident which Bhagavan is sharing about, just to give us all the understanding. Just a minute, let me go back to this. That you just need to catch the thought current, and you will see that you will simply walk out of powerlessness. Not engaging with the right thought current is what will keep you bound in powerlessness. And he went on to quote this incident. Understand, for the basic questions, if you have better and better answers and click with the better answers, that is called as maturity. The basic questions: why life? What is death? What is the purpose of my existence? What is in reality pain? What is suffering? All of these basic questions, when you click with the better answers, then you are maturing with life. Naturally, the answer that your friend gives when you are 5 years old will be different to what your mother gives you when you are 6 years old. What answers your father gives you when you are 14 will also be different. See, the same question, the answers will be different as you are maturing, isn't it? Like when a 5-year-old child asks the mother, where did I come from? The mother says, the stork got you and dropped you here. And that 5-year-old child will be happy with those answers. Yes. Finally, when you reach your guru, the answer that he gives will be different. So clicking with better and better answers is maturity. I'll give you an example. As a child, your parents, the society told you, you have to be successful in life. And the child in you asked whoever told you that, what is success? Success means you should have a degree, you should have a postgraduate degree, you should be making this much money every month. If you can buy a car, then you are successful. If you build a house, then you are successful, right? These are the kind of answers that you might have got, and you believed them for a long time in your life. And that was the dream that you chased. You chased that dream thinking that that is going to fulfill you. You might have achieved it all, but still you are left empty. You're so vacant inside of you. And then you said, is this what success is? Really? And then the guru happens, who will give you a different definition for success altogether. You clicking with those answers that are coming your way as you are growing up. Clicking, it's not even got to do with your age. For that matter, the small kids in the Gurukul, in Swamiji's Gurukul, click with everything that he says. Everything that he says, it just clicks with them. And that is why they are mature souls. Clicking with better and better answers is maturity, says Bhagwan. Ultimately, clicking with your own answer and experience and all the questions disappearing once for all. If you are living in a space, the very idea of vacation disappears. You have clearly ironed out your life, says Bhagwan. When you just never feel the necessity for a vacation, the very idea of vacation disappears from your life. You have clearly ironed out your life. You don't need to stand anywhere waiting for something. Understand, what is vacation? Just waiting to get out of life that you are living is vacation, isn't it? Go somewhere and expect you will get something out of that. If you think you have to go somewhere and stand for some joy, something to happen to you, you are just pushing all your basic questions under the carpet. Is this clicking with all of you? When do you feel the necessity to take a vacation? We're just wanting to walk away from the life that you're living. I've had enough of this job. It's so stressful for me. I just need a break. Same old faces at home. I think I'll just take a break from all this and go for a vacation with my friends. And you go trekking, you go parasailing, you go sit by the beach till you get bored of looking at the same waves, and then you come back. Isn't it? Swamiji says, when you have clearly ironed out your life, even the very idea of vacation disappears for you. If you're still thinking that you will go somewhere, something will happen to you, and you're just standing and waiting for that experience, just know that you are pushing all your basic questions that you are having about life, the seeking that you have in you, under the carpet. Let us re-strategize your life. What is the technique to re-strategize your life? All the incomplete knowledge which you have learned but never made as an experience makes you fall into hell, says Swamiji. Sit and start scanning sincerely what concepts you have heard and never made them into your experience. Start scanning. Don't say, I'm consciousness. I heard it in 2004 from Swamiji when he first came to Paris. But so many times you denied living that truth. I am consciousness. But denying and living has now become a lifestyle in you. See, I didn't live I am consciousness, but at that time, my divorce was going on. I decided after my divorce, I will rest, relax in peace, live and radiate. I am consciousness. Until then, I need a certain amount of anger and vengeance to fight with my husband. So, at that time, I could not practice spirituality. I have postponed it. The second time when you look in, you will find that postponing has become a pattern in you. Now, this is just one example that Swamiji is sharing with all of us. I want all of you here to now look in and scan your life. So many of us have, as seekers, received these various understandings, these truths from the masters, which has still not become our own experiences. All masters have told, life is bliss. Has it become your experience? No, I still complain that the neighbor parked his car in front of my house and this is my place. I lost my cool. I shouted at him. And those moments, my life was not blissful. It's still not my experience. Masters have all told life is bliss. Please write that down. Swamiji says, pain is a lie. Has it become your experience? Cutting vegetables this morning, I ran the knife over my finger. I started screaming in pain. Look in. Bhagavan is telling, you are all consciousness. You are not a number for me. Each one of you here is consciousness, irrespective of whether one person is sitting here in session or he's addressing 5,000 people. He's never going to ration out anything. He's going to give it completely to each one of us because he sees each one of us as a consciousness. He's telling that to us. But do we all see that I am consciousness? I'm still struggling with the heat here. I'm sweating and I'm cursing. When is it going to rain? So that it becomes cooler. Please look into your own understandings. Can you all come up and share the understandings, the incomplete knowledge, which has still not become your very experience here? I expect your responses here on the chat box. Waiting to hear from all of you. Start listing it all down. We'll see what we'll do with it. Parna Subramani, watching us live on YouTube, Nithyananda, requesting all of you to do the exercise sincerely. You have all received various truths which have actually not yet become your cognitions. That is what we know as an incomplete knowledge which has not become your experience still. Please go ahead and type on the chat box here. Sangeeta Sinha, Parameshwari Priya, Ishananda. Start scanning. Please take time to delve deep until and unless you participate. The clicks will not happen. All the exercises are designed such that you will have major clicks when you do them. Yes, Ma, you're right. The exercise is to dive within yourself to figure out the concepts that you have heard and which has not yet become your experience. Is that clear? I request all of you to please look into yourself. Take some time. You're here in session. Be intense and sincere. You're not going to make time outside of the session to address all of these questions. So don't miss out doing it right now. While you dive in deep, I will have to conclude now. Our next Acharya will be taking over from here. I'll conclude with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Please continue to look in. And scan your life. ఇక్కడ ఎవరో వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారమ్మా ఎమర్జెన్సీ అది This is your own journey of seeking, so you know best what's going on with you. So dive in deep to identify, scan and identify all the concepts and truths that you have heard which have never become your experience. Don't try to justify why it has not happened. See that this is what it is.
Nithyananda, everyone. Yes, let's start our next session. So what is your understanding so far? You can post it in the chat. In the first session, what is your understanding about seeking? You can post it, and we'll be doing the power manifestation session now. Please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes, today we are going to do the power manifestation of Mahima. You have to overcome your fear. Yes. And all others also post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. And we are going to do the power manifestation of Mahima. So thank you all for posting all this. Everything is a gift and people can do other things and not to do things for you. So it's a gift that other people give you and you have to thank them. No one is born to serve us only. Everyone walks on the path of life as we do. Out of kindness, out of love, they do they do things for us. Exercise is to dive within ourselves to figure out the concepts we heard and did not make them into our experience. So great. So now all of you please get your object. We are going to do today also the power manifestation of Mahima. What is that? To increase or decrease either length, any dimension basically, or weight. So take the initial measurements and get ready. Just take quickly your objects and get ready with your object. Get your object and take the initial measurement. You're going to manifest the power of Mahima by increasing or decreasing the length of the object or the weight of the object. You decide. If you have the weighing scale, measure the weight. You can increase, decrease your weight also. You can experiment on you, or you can take one object. All of you ready? And I request any one of you, Jnana Guru Prasadini, I don't see you. Ready? Yes, all of you are ready with your objects? Yes. Now please sit straight. Can all of you confirm in the chat that you are ready with your objects measured? Let's start the power manifestation of Mahima. So please sit straight with your object, which you want to alter the dimension or the weight. So please sit straight with your object and now complete focus on your third eye. Forget rest of the body and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Having this powerful cognition that Swamiji is Paramashiva, embodied form of Paramashiva. Any thought and declare you are in oneness space with him. Any thought coming, Let it come, let it go. You bring your awareness to your third eye again and again. And with this space, intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. Sorry, the power of Mahima. Declare the object, what you want to manifest. Increase. If you decide to increase, declare that with your power of oneness. So let's start. Start chanting the Mahavakya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. Measure your object's size again and post your manifestation results. Please go ahead and measure your object size and post your manifestation results.
I wrote 10.
Yes, quickly measure your object size and post your cognitions. Sorry, I was reading your, sorry, I was muted. I was reading your Elizabeth Ma, you have to manifest Wang Jungli. My apple lost 1 gram in weight and Jnana Guru Prasadini, my signature pen has grown a little bit. Joy, yet to manifest. Okay, so how about others? Yi Jingli, did you try to manifest? Put your efforts, Singavalu. Yeah, Ananda Lakshmi Yogini. Sukriti. Understand, participating in the power manifestation, you will experience much transformation happens with power manifestation. Don't be a silent spectator. Just try it. Each try, whether you manifest or not. When you participate in the power manifestation, the space you experience, the oneness space that you experience, you practice at least. Decalcification of the third eye happens. Okay, so sincerely, don't worry too much about whether it's coming correct, whether you get to manifest or not. Don't worry about all that. Just with a relaxed space. How third eye opened? What is the fundamental principle that we learned? Third eye awaken when we have the restful awareness. It is practice that. Practice that. There's a reason why after each jnana session, we are having this power manifestation session. So actively participation, your participation leads you to more results. Easingly, you put yet to manifest. Only feel connection with the object. That's good. That's good. That's a beginning. Connection with the object is beginning. Thank you. Sangeeta Sinha, I want to decrease ink size of a gland to shrink, decrease. Yes, ma'am. Next round, you will surely manifest. You just intensely declare with the oneness space and practice the oneness space with a deep gratitude and devotion. You will be able to manifest. You just relax first. All of you are agreeing to this? Understand what I'm saying? Can I have a thumbs up? If you understand it. If you do the next power manifestation, you'll do the sincerely. Yes, thank you. Thank you all for confirming. If at all you are carrying fear, leave it. If at all you are thinking that my third eye is not open, it's time to open. Just bring in restful awareness. You will feel so blissful doing the every power manifestation. Okay, so sincerely, my request again and again, sincerely participate in the power manifestation. All right, so let's start our next jnana session. We've been talking. So you have the right attitude for seeking. Your third eye awakens. Approach life with the attitude of seeking. Everything that you do in a day, approach with the attitude of seeking. When the seeking enters, life itself starts in you. When the seeking enters, life itself starts in you. With seeking, you find experience, not questions, not answers to your questions, but you will find the experience. It's an experiential knowledge. Adi Shankara says, awakening of seeking in human being is one of the greatest, rarest thing that can happen. Seeking fulfills everything you seek and beyond. It awakens the truth. It awakens the possibilities, many possibilities in you. Understand, seeking is the essence of life. Seeking is the essence of life. Cultivate the habit, cultivate the attitude of seeking, and seeking is the essence of life. Seeking should be one of the first and foremost and last quality a man should develop. Constantly seeking the ultimate truth. Whether you pick up a job or build a career, get married, in every decision, every action, every step of your life, seeking should be the first priority. Let seeking be your first response team for your whole life and all the crises of life. If any conflict comes, understand, why am I facing this? What is that existence is teaching me? What is that I need to shift? What is that I need to change? What transformation I need to have from this experience? When you're doing that, you are living enlightenment. When every step you are seeking, every action, everything that you go through, whether doing a business, whether doing a job, or whether getting married, taking care of the kids, what is that? What am I doing? Why am I doing this? And what is that I need to learn from this? That attitude of seeking transforms you, and that seeking itself leads you to enlightenment. Seeking keeps you alive with the possibility of reinventing yourself. You constantly grow continuously with the seeking. And if seeking is lost, you lost the capacity to reinvent yourself. You're stuck. It's like a status quo. You're stuck for even 10 years later also, you'll be stuck with the same problem. 20 years later also, you're stuck with the same problem, same thing you'll be talking. There is no growth. You are frozen. You are dead. A beautiful story from the life of Buddha. Once a woman came with her dead son to Buddha. She was mad with the grief of the death of her only son. She cried to Buddha, Master, please give me the medicine give me some medicine to my son and bring him back to life. Buddha replied, okay, go get me a handful of mustard seed. The woman got up to go immediately. But that mustard seed, to get a mustard seed from a house where no death happened. The woman went from house to house out of pity for the desperately crying woman. People gave her mustard seed from their house. Then she asked for whether they had lost a dear one. They had someone or the other lost. who had died in the house. Sometime she went from house to house till sunset. All day she went from house to house. Till sunset, but found no house where death has not happened. Slowly, the truth started dawning on her. The death is inevitable. She buried her son's body and returned to Buddha, and she fell at the feet of Buddha and asked him, Master, please teach me the truth. What is death? And what exists beyond death? She became Buddha's disciple and followed Buddha until the rest of her life. Now, how with self-inquiry starts life. With seeking, you start growing in consciousness. And ultimately, the seeking itself leads to enlightenment. Here, all of you know about Swamiji's, how he got the enlightenment experience when he was a mere age of about 12. Annamalai Swamigal was teaching one day, you are not this body, you are not this mind, and you are beyond, you are consciousness. And this body has no pain. Swamiji immediately went and tested. He cut his thigh. See the intense seeking in Swamiji in that young age. He cut his thigh 13 inches to see whether he has pain or not. Of course, he had pain and he was taken to hospital by the Swami Amma, and there were 13 stitches. Then his seeking did not stop there. He did not get mad at the Annamalai Swamigal. He told wrong thing. No, he went back to Annamalai Swamigal. Swami, tell me. Again, he stood in front of Annamalai Swamigal to teach him the truth. Annamalai Swamigal led him, who is that having pain? He taught him, who is that having pain? Question that. And he led him to further instruction. And that's when Swamiji sat in Tirunamalai, Pavalakundru, a sacred stone where he sat and meditated. And he got that ultimate flowering of consciousness at that young age. So seeking leads to ultimate experience. So now let's listen from Swamiji, his own experience, how beautifully he explains. Any questions? Please do post it in the chat. What is your understanding so far? Please post it in the chat. Are you able to hear me? Yes, what is your understanding so far? Can you please post? For every session, I'm insisting to internalize and your understanding, post it in the chat. And the chat, you will remember for life. If you internalize and post it, put it in the writing, you will remember. Seeking is the essence of life, and it should be the first priority. Seeking keeps you alive with the possibility of reinventing yourself. Beautiful, mom. Yes. Yes, you wrote the gist of what we discussed. Wonderful. Z, that is from Elizabeth, and now E is angry. It seems that my psychology will have a dramatic change to become enlightenment. Yes, now we are learning seeking leads to the ultimate experience. Seeking awakens your third eye. So let's listen Swamiji's own experience now. A short video.
Vaikasi month, Purnima Tithi, Visaga Nakshatram, one fine evening of a full moon day. Vaikasi month, Visaga Nakshatra, Paurnami Tithi, Subramania's enlightenment day. As per the tradition, he appeared from the third eye of Mahadeva. When I completed 11 and aging into 12. No school at that time, usually. It's May, June, no school. So usually this summer time, I'll go and sit in the temple or the hill. Around 4:30 to 6:30, maybe you can say this. This is the Sandhya time. Around the time of sunset and moonrise, I went to the hill, Arunachala hill. I was sitting at the foothills of Arunachala, where I was born and brought up. Whenever I find time, I'll go and spend time in that space, in that area, because Devi became enlightened there. That place is called Coral Hill. I can say in a way the whole ambience was so calm, so beautiful. I decided to close my eyes. I was not even meditating. I was just sitting in a very relaxed way. Those days, I started practicing the self-enquiry. Who am I? Sometime I may feel from where the thoughts are raising. That is thought as taught by Annamalai Swami. An enlightened being, enlightened master, who is a disciple of great incarnation, Ramana Maharishi. Once I closed the eyes, the intensity of my yearning started taking over me. I just felt, what is it I am seeking? Who is that me is seeking? Who is that me that is deeply discontented about anything I see, hear? Who is that who is deeply discontented even about my own existence? Suddenly, one moment, something happened. Like I'm being sucked inside, pulled inside. Suddenly, something opened in me. Something broke inside this Anandaganda area. Literally opened. The first thing happened is that idea inside and outside broke. Means now I know who is the experiencer. Life, alive, being present in everything, experiencing.
दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्.
The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me. I started seeing the whole 360 degree. I could see literally all the sides, 360 degree this side and 360 degree this side, 10 direction, above and below, side, everything I could see without turning my head, without opening my eyes. My eyes was closed. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience how much I am alive inside my skin, the same frequency, the same depth. I was feeling I am alive outside my skin, everything, in everything. That whole 360 degree is me. The skin of the stone and rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both, I exist equally. The frequency of the existence was same as it is felt inside the skin and outside the skin. The trees next to me, the temple near me, the hillock around me, the sky above me, and the moon, sun which was setting, moon which was rising. I felt I am alive in everything around me. The whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, the idea something is inside and something is outside is completely lost. I just know I am that oneness is the existence. There is no inner, there is no outer, there is no moving, there is no unmoving. The smallest movements of these plants is my movement, and the highest stillness of the center of the cosmos is my stillness. It will feel like as if the whole sky is centered on my Anandagandha. It looked like a huge balloon which is tied to my Anandagandha, and that balloon is the whole cosmos. Pure, solid gold flowing in through my spine, which was cool. Full 2.5 days, I was able to see all 360-degree continuously. Whether I went to the home or anywhere, I was walking around, I was able to see the whole thing. I went and told my godmother, Vibhudanandapur. I asked her whether am I possessed by ghosts. She checked my energy and said, no, you are possessed by God. The vision of seeing 360-degree is settled, but that experience of I am one has never left. Now, that very experience getting reproduced in so many Gurukul kids, even adults.
Love.
Wow.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
Okay.
It's only with the lamps lit, the power of the original lamp is established. I can say so many kids having their third eye awakened, even the adults having their third eye awakened, able to see everything beyond the use of senses. 3 decades over, I can see how that experiences manifested and multiplied into so many beings in these 30 years. How Paramashivoham is manifested through this body and reached out to millions of people, inspiring, manifesting what has happened 30 years before on this very day, how it has opened up and reached out to human beings, and how it expanded. My sage on this Nithyananda Purnima, work on your third eye, have initiation, see to it your third eye is awakened. I am available continuously beyond any barriers of time, space, place. I am available to all of you just through this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham is literally the physical form of Paramashiva. Chant this Mahavakya, use this password, repeat in your inner space. I'll be there physically, intensely available to to do whatever you want. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant available. My blessings to all of you. Let every one of you experience the highest enlightenment.
Yes. Now, let's continue our further session on the. You learned how beautifully Swamiji has explained. Swamiji says, if I have to tell you the truth, my grand narrative was Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal. All the time, I will remember only these two. Any practical actions, Annamalai Swamigal, and any of this mystical inner space, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. If I have to move the mountains or do something great, then immediately fall into Arunagiri Yogeshwara's space. It will be done. We will win the game. And any ordinary actions facing things, first thing I will think at this moment how Annamalai Swamigal will respond. That's the way I grew up. Till the age of 12, my grand narrative was Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal. Every situation I will think how he will behave, how he will respond, how he will react. So they become my grand narrative inside. See, understand. In everything that Swamiji faced, how Annamalai Swamigal will behave in this situation. How Arunagiri Yogeshwara will behave in this situation. That means he always thinking aligned with the gurus, with the avatars. So see, that is what is seeking. Always seeking what the avatars behave in this situation. So get the inspiration, guidance from them continuously. That is seeking. Seeking for the higher truths. Seeking is the best strategy for any problem. Just sit with yourself and ask from where is the problem is coming from, where is the source. This is the different than asking why the problem happened to me. Contemplate for a few minutes. Anything that is in your life, add the seeking component. Why me? Why the problem coming? Instead, now have the attitude of seeking. Just sit with yourself and ask from where is the problem is coming from? What is the source? So just spend a few minutes. You can share your understanding in the chat. Are you all done? Face it, accept it, and let it go. Joy. Let go of meditation and not think about it. Ask yourself, where is the problem coming from? Jnana Guru Prasadini, I'm not understanding your let go of meditation and not think about it. In what way related to seeking? Think about it. And Elizabeth Ma, ask yourself, where is the problem coming from? Where is the source? Seeking is the best strategy for any problem. Yes. Face it, accept it, let it go is not what we are learning. Stop inner chatting, being calm, feel the moment. Amazingly wonderful. So the cognition that we are learning let's understand. See, if we are accepting, see, one of you posted, accept it and let it go. Is that one way to handle life? But are you happy? Are you growing in your consciousness? Here, anything that we do, what we are learning, the basic seeking is anything that you do, whether you are doing business, whether you are taking care of your kids, whether you are a young man getting married, or whether you are cooking. So as simple as cooking, whether you are working in an office, whatever you are doing, your inner space is in conflicts, or is it leading you to your higher consciousness? If it is in conflict, ask for why is this? Where is the source of this? And coming out of this, moving towards coming out of this is seeking. Here we learned from Swamiji, what would Swami, how did he handle when he was really young, before age 12 itself? What would Annamalai Swamigal do? What would Arunagiri Yogeshwara did at this, in this situation? All the time he remembered his gurus. What will they do? So he naturally remembers their teachings, isn't it? What would Annamalai Swamigal do? What would Arunagiri Yogeshwara do? When Swamiji remembered them, his gurus, he remembered their teachings and implemented that. Similarly, what is seeking? What is Swamiji says at this moment? What is opening the living enlightenment, reading, receiving the cognition? If there is anything going on in our life, how do we get into the powerful space? Open the living enlightenment book and receive the powerful cognition. That's exactly Swamiji is speaking to you. That is seeking. Now let's understand what is seeking from Swamiji's own words. Let's understand what is seeking.
all human beings. These 5 techniques are related to sound. Small difference, but great. I can say, when you look superficially, small difference. But when you start working on it, you will realize the greatness of every technique, the uniqueness of every technique. This is like a manual for intelligence. We can say this book is owner's manual for intelligence. If you have it, better to read this book once and know how to use it. Know how to use it. This book is like a owner's manual for intelligence. Mahadeva is giving a technique for all human beings. Even if you are music oriented towards your ears, even for you, he's not just giving one technique, he's giving you 5 different techniques. You may ask, how to find out? See, the rough idea, whether you are music oriented or visualization oriented or feeling, touch oriented or smell oriented, you can very clearly understand just by seeing your lifestyle. If you just sit with yourself and think, you will understand. You will know. If you understand, major portion of your energy, major percentage of your energy is tuned to one sense, then take up those few techniques. Just play with them for 3-4 days. Suddenly you will see one technique click. Authority happens. Suddenly you feel, this is for me. Just that clicking. People ask me, Swamiji, how will I know you are my master? How to find out my master? I tell them, go to different masters, whoever you think. Even if you doubt somebody is enlightened, go and sit at their feet. Just try. Decide, 1 year I'll spend just in seeking. Nothing wrong. Make it like a project, 1 year. Whoever you doubt as enlightened, try to sit at their feet. With somebody, suddenly that click will happen. The awakening of the Kundalini. Or feeling connected. You know, now he is your master. There won't be any doubt. There won't be any doubt. As long as you have doubt, he is not your master. As long as you have doubt, he is not your master. I always tell people, as long as you have doubt, relax. I am not your master. Continue seeking. Wait for click, that satori to happen, or continue seeking. Forget about me. For no reason, your seeking itself should be dropped. Do not drop your seeking. That is such a great treasure, such a great blessing happens to human being. Feeling uncomfortable just being inside your skin. Feeling suffocated just with this small boundary. Feeling, oh God, how long I will be here? Just sitting. Feeling bored, tired of just playing with these 5 senses. How many times you can have joy by rubbing that object to the pleasure points. See, you have 5 pleasure points. When the objects rub that points, the pleasure points, like the eyes, where the scenes are felt, experienced. The tip of the nose, where the smell is experienced. The edge of the ears, where the music is experienced. The edge of the reproduction organ, where the touch is experienced. The tip of the tongue, where the taste is experienced. These are the 5 tips, 5 points You experience pleasure. When you are tired of using these 5 points, when you feel enough, when you feel suffocated, just with these 5 points, when you want to expand, the feeling to expand is what I call seeking. When you are tired of these 5 points, the seeking starts. Please do not miss seeking. Even if you have not found your master in me, perfectly all right. But do not drop seeking. Continue the seeking. Decide. Whoever you doubt, just go and sit with them. Just few days, try. Suddenly something will click. I tell you, 5, 6 persons, 5, 6 masters, if you try, that is enough. That will be maximum. That will be more than sufficient. You are not so dull that you can't have connection just with 5, 6. You are not so dull. Even if you think you are so dull, you are not so dull. You are not so ignorant as you think. Even in ignorance, you are not so perfect. Relax. Because we think, no, this all may work for others, but I know this can't happen to me. No. Even you can feel connected. At one point, all you need to do is just make it like a project. 1 year, I'll seek. But when the click, when the sati happens, which is beyond your logic, then decide, now drop everything. Now, once that click happens, once that feeling connected happens, now I'm going to work with him. Over. Now drop everything else and decide strongly to work with him. Go all out. We call in Sanskrit 2 words, Viveka, Vairagya. Viveka means analyzing, going around and seeking Nitya Vastu Viveka, which is right or wrong. Seeking, trying to work. Will I be able to feel connected with this guy? Will I be able to feel connected with this master? Just go around. This is called Viveka, analyzing. Vairagya, once you feel connected, drop everything else. Drop everything else and decide strongly to work. Ramakrishna says beautifully, till the food is served, there will be sound in the party. Once the food is served, the sound will slowly reduce. Once the people start eating, there won't be any other sound except plop, 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 that eating sound. Same way, in the seeking time, there will be little sound, noise in you, little disturbance going around. But when you see the right person, the sound will come down. When the click happens, over. After that, only that sound click, nothing else. Nothing else will be there. You will completely settle down. Same way, play with this technique. Just play with these few techniques. Nothing wrong. And these techniques are foolproof, no side effect, time tested. So you can play with them freely. And one more thing, these techniques are such, even if you make 1 or 2 small mistakes, you won't have side effects. You won't have side effects. If you do it properly, you will have that positive effect. If you do the little mistake, there won't be any effect, that's all. But there won't be negative effect or side effects. That is the beauty of these techniques. Time tested, foolproof, powerful techniques. All you need to do, just play with the techniques. Don't even be too serious. Don't be too serious. Do it in a relaxed way on your easy chair. When you are sitting in your home, when you are sitting in your office, but not when you are driving. When you are sitting in your office, when you are sitting in your home, just play with these techniques. Suddenly you will see something opens up. If you play with 2-3 techniques, something will click, something will catch. I always tell people, just 3-4 days. If it does not click, drop. Next. Shiva has given 112 meditation techniques. I have spoken 8th sloka, 40. Just try one by one. Try for a few days. Suddenly something will click. That is the technique for you. And you will see you are able to explore and experience the inner space through the techniques, through the technique.
So what is seeking? What is your understanding? You can post it in the chat. Yes. Now let's continue. Seeking. Come back to the basics. Catching and understanding life where boredom becomes meaningless and vacation becomes meaningless. What Swamiji was sharing about this, the senses, the 5 senses, when you're really bored. Where the life itself becomes a vacation. You are doing continuously something which you are enjoying, cherishing, and feeling blessed constantly. So come back to the basic questions. That is what I call seeking. Do not hide, escape with the answers with which you have not clicked. The answers which has not come to your bio-memory and cognitive shift, don't try to use those answers to attack others or hide yourself. Or lie to yourself. Any answer you give or receive should have become your bio-memory and clicked with you and become your cognition. What is cognition? The understanding itself, you understand that way. It is so, any understanding, it's so embedded in you. You're looking at your, everything is with that understanding. That is cognition. You cognize only that way. Come back to the basic questions. Make seeking and the measured answers as part of your answers. Seeking for eternal life. Seeking for eternal life. One part of you feels so strongly that you are going to exist forever and you don't need to worry about the questions of all afterlife. It is like whether you see people dying or you hear the news of somebody's death. You always think for a few seconds, what will happen to me? And then somehow you end up in the conviction that you are going to exist forever. How many of you experience this? For a few moments, you may feel that, but after that, you get used to it. Or at least you think that the problem is not immediate. I have some time on the planet Earth. Or you just decide that you don't need to attend to this question right now. Oh, I'm not dying right now. I don't need to attend to this question. How many of you feel that way? So something happens which makes you lose attention and focus from that spark. Come back to the basic questions. Whatever makes you powerless, understand, is the basic question you are not able to face. That is the seed of seeking. Deciding to face those questions is seeking. Whatever making you powerless. If you are continue to be in the powerless without helping yourself, you will be like that, you will be die like that. But if you question that powerlessness, that is seeking, seed of seeking. Deciding to face those questions is seeking. Whatever makes you powerless, what will happen after death? Will I be alone during my death? Is the deathbed all the pain that I may have to go through? Or will I be able to handle it? Or if suddenly some poverty happens in my life, if I lose some things, what will happen? So the questions which makes you powerless, if you decide not to face them, you push yourself into more delusion again and again. You will never come out. You will be more deluded, more powerless. You will be die like that. But if you decide to face them, that is seeking. Just because you push the questions under the carpet, they cannot disappear, does not mean that they cannot disappear. Just because these questions have been asked many times by others or yourself to you, by yourself to you, don't think that you know the answer. Sometimes, because we are familiar with problems, we assume we know the solution to that problem. We keep repeating the problem. Keep repeating the problem does not mean that you have the solution. Become familiar with the problem for quite a long time because of the familiarity, assuming you know the solution for that problem is the delusion. When you are alone, ask questions towards you. If death comes tonight, am I prepared to face it? What is life? Am I prepared to face the death right now? What is it that gives me such a strong confidence that I am not going to die? That I am going to eternally exist? What is that giving me confidence? What makes me think that I'm going to be eternal? I am not saying that your belief that you are going to eternally exist is a lie. It's not a lie. There is a component in you which is eternally going to exist. Unfortunately, you do not associate yourself with that component permanently. That is what I'm trying to remind you. I'm not asking you to get depressed thinking about death. I'm not interested in taking away your confidence with which you carry. You are going to exist forever. Yes, you are going to exist eternally, but please decide to associate yourself with that permanently. It is like smelling fish. You imagine you ate fish just by having the confidence. just by having the confidence, which is the smell of the eternal consciousness. You start deluding yourself, you experience the eternal consciousness. That is what I'm telling you. Smell is not eating. There is a part of you which never dies, which is eternally alive, your consciousness and your bioenergy. And there is a part of you which dies. Unfortunately, you associate yourself with that which dies. But you draw the confidence from that which does not die. What does not die. So seeking for that, what is that which does not die? Searching, seeking for that eternal life is the pure seeking. Any thoughts you want to share? So from Magical Universe Tarot from YouTube is asking how to stop inner conflict forever by seeking. Where is the source of my conflict? Why am I having conflict? Question that. Don't be unconsciously be in conflict. Fight with spouse, fight with some conflict. Are you yourself? Should I do this? Should I go for vacation or stop this? Any conflict can be solved by seeking. Seeking for higher truth. Is it what am I here for? Is it what my purpose of life? Is it what is going to lead me to my ultimate life? Question that conflict. Is it what I deserve? Simple as that. Most of us, we just have so many conflicts and we continue to conflict, play a victim. Poor me. Everybody out there to get me. Rather, why am I in this situation? Am I born for this? I don't deserve this. So what I need to do? What is the spiritual solution for this? Let me do something to get out of this conflict. Your decision, your seeking, the attitude of seeking. If you will resolve your conflicts. And if you have that attitude, the moment conflict try to surface, you are out of it. It may say, for example, you are in conflict for days now, for example. But because of your seeking, because of your practice, listening to Swami Satsang, powerful cognition, the amount of time that you are in conflict is reducing. And you are so strong in established in that your higher powerful truth that even some conflict is there, you know immediate solution. Then there is the conflict, even if it arises, surfaces, you know immediate. Seeking is the solution. Attitude, having the attitude of seeking is the solution to resolve the conflict. Conflict arises because we associate ourselves with our lower identity. When we seeking is what? When we start seeking for our higher truth, when we start aligning to our higher self, then conflict resolve immediately. Of course, there are so many, if you have, there are so many powerful techniques, processes that Swamiji has given, doing the completion, doing the unclutching. When you having the attitude of seeking, you immediately, that means you are helping yourself. As Bhagavad Gita we learn, right? You are helping yourself. When you have the attitude of seeking, you are helping yourself. When you help yourself, you know what to implement immediately. You take a responsibility to resolve it immediately. Even though you are not the cause for the conflict, for the situation, you take the responsibility for the life and you resolve it. So let's come back to the basics of seeking. Now, let's listen from Swamiji, the basics, come back to the basics of seeking.
Some more cities. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I came to today's satsang mainly to inaugurate Nithyananda Palace in Melbourne. Dinam is where first make it as traditional as possible, whether it is cooking vessels or hanging chandeliers, and have from Sacred Arts as my personal gift. Australia becomes my favorite. Well done, guys. My blessings. As usual, Australia becomes my favorite. Australia is so favorite for the hard copy. You can get it from our Galleria. Today I came to satsang mainly for inaugurating this Nithyananda Palace in Melbourne and to tell you all Happy Pongal. And happy Magara Sankranti. Happy Magara Sankranti. Happy Pongal. தைத்திருநாளாம் இந்நன்னாளில் எல்லோரும் வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ்ந்து நிறைவோடு நித்யானந்தத்தோடு நிலைத்திருக்க பொங்கல் திருநாளாம் இந்நன்னாளில் உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். Happy Magara Sankranti and happy Pongal. Blessings to all of you. Last 2 days, I am expanding on seeking. Maybe I'll continue. Few understandings which I need to share with you all to complete my introduction to seeking. Today I'll explain the sacred truth of the source of seeking. Please understand. Your very biomemory vibrates your very biomemory actively functions only with some of the basic questions about life. What is pleasure? How can I have more? What is pain? How can I avoid that? What is life? Is this understandings help me? Is this understandings going to help me? What is joy? All these basic truths, basic understandings how can I experience them? These basic questions about life only continues to make you function, act. Entertaining these basic questions. What is pain? How can I avoid it? What is joy? How can I have more? What is life? Please understand. How many times you may hear answer for these questions from your father, mother, uncle, society, teacher, finally from guru. How many ever times you may listen answer for these questions? Listening to better and better answers for these questions and clicking with them is maturity. Listening your own answer and experiencing once for all is enlightenment. Understand? It's nothing but basic questions. What is life? What is death? Why suffering? Why pain? What is bliss? What is joy? How can I have more joy? How can I have less pain? What is it that is living inside me? What is it that changes inside me? What is it that does not change inside me? What is it that is making me move? What is it that is making me tired? What makes me exciting? What makes me feel bored? For these basic questions, if you have better and better answer and click with the better answers, that is called maturity. Naturally, the answer your friend gives when you are 5-year-old will be different. Your mother gives when you are 6-year-old will be different. When your father gives when you are 14 will be different. Finally, when you reach your guru, the answer he gives will be different. So clicking with better and better answers is maturity. Ultimately, clicking with your own answer, experience, and the question disappearing once for all is enlightenment. That is enlightenment. Seeking is nothing but coming back to the basics. That's all. Seeking is nothing but coming back to the basics. Seeking is nothing but taking up a life without vacation. That's all I'm telling you. See, vacation is nothing but the questions which you don't want to face, pushing you not to live the life you are living. Please understand. The questions which you pushed under the carpet are jumping from below the carpet, and sometimes it even bites the wrong place. Now, from carpet, if it jumps, which part it will catch? That is what is the nagging you feel for the need of vacation. If you are living in a space, the very idea of vacation disappears. You have clearly ironed out your life. You don't need to stand anywhere waiting for something. Vacation, what is vacation? It is just waiting that you will get out of the life you are living and go somewhere, and you expect you will get something. I was reading a one-liner. In college, if you stand outside the gate, suspend. The colleges, when you get suspended, you stand outside the gate. In college, if you stand outside the gate, suspend. After marriage, if you stand outside the gate, husband. That's all. No, day after tomorrow, Arunachaleshwara himself will be standing outside the gate. If you go to Tiruvannamalai, you will see the festival. Day after tomorrow, there is a festival where Mahadeva is locked out by Devi because he went and gave liberation to Bringi Rishi, who was worshipping only Mahadeva, who was not ready to accept Devi. And finally, Mahadeva thought, after all, my disciple, how can I forsake him? And he went and gave liberation to him and came back, and Devi locked the place and she did not allow him inside. Even Mahadeva got locked out. Finally, Sundara has to go. Sundara was very close pet of Devi. So he has to go and do some patch up work and do some mediation. Finally, Devi said, all right, open the door, and she allowed Mahadeva inside. Anyhow, if you are thinking you have to go somewhere and stand for some joy or something to happen to you, you are just pushing all your basic questions under the carpet. No. Catching. understanding the life where boredom becomes meaningless. Vacation word becomes meaningless. Where life itself becomes vacation. You are doing continuously something which you are enjoying, cherishing, feeling blessed constantly, feeling blessed constantly. So come back to the basic questions. That's all I call seeking. And stop cheating yourself with the answers with which you are not clicked. Please understand. Sometimes you talk stupid. You talk big philosophy to others. I have seen some of this, even these ashramites doing. I am complete. And I am at the feet of Swamiji, as Swamiji wants. Yeah, I am Swamiji. I tell them, yeah, I am Swamiji. Na? I am telling you, you are not. Then they say, no. I am living as per Swamiji only. See, you can do all this cheating to others. What about yourself? So do not hide, escape with the answers with which you have not clicked. Means the answers which has not become your biomemory and cognitive shift. Don't try to use those answers to attack others or hide yourself or lie to yourself. No. That stupidity will only push you into the hell. Any answer you give should have become your biomemory and clicked with you. Your cognition. It should have become your cognition. Come back to basic questions. Make this seeking and the matured answers as part of your cognition. As you all may be aware, tomorrow the LSP process is there, Living Shuddha-Advaita process. Especially I'm going to do a very important muscle memory process. Awakening the God particle and making your muscle memory pure and clean and awakening. It's a very powerful process. And I am also doing some of the important things in the campus, Biddi campus. Today, 11 more people are going to be initiated as ashramites in Biddi. Everyone in the Melbourne Palace, the whole team also, I accept all you guys as ashramites. That same team is going to be staying there. That same group, am I right? So how many? Six. All 6 of you. I officially, formally accept all 6 of you as my ashramites and inheritors of Mahadeva. Blessings. And today here in Biddi, I think how many? 11 more. 11 are waiting for a meeting with me. I'll have a meeting with the team and bless you guys. Sangha is getting infused with a fresh energy and getting cleaned up. The old is getting removed. The new is coming. Blessings. And today here in Biddi, I think 11 more. 11 are waiting for a meeting with me. I'll have a meeting with the team and bless you guys. Sangha is getting infused with a fresh energy and getting cleaned up. The old is getting removed. The new is coming. cleared. Either they push the old thing out or they themselves get pushed. If they are too attached to the old, they also get pushed. If they push the old out, they can be here. That's all. But no question of tiredness and boredom. That is the first and last enemy of life. A lot of wonderful things are happening. And so the essence of today's satsang, come back to the basic questions and grow with more and more matured answers. Click with more and more matured answers. So, with this, today I give darshan from here itself, and we'll have Kalpatar darshan maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Now with this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Shaivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nanda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com.
So what is the essence that you have learned? Quickly share your comments, and then we are going to move on to the power manifestation of Mahima. Increasing or decreasing the weight or dimension of an object. It is one of the Ashtamaha Siddhis. So quickly share your understanding in the chat. Internalize. What is your understanding? These techniques are foolproof, time-tested, powerful, and with no side effects. Come back to the basics. The YouTube answers. Come back to the basics. Grow with matured answers. Yes. Foolproof and time-tested, powerful, and with no side effects. Play with these techniques, and something will happen. Something will open up and click. Wonderful. Our consciousness and our bioenergy never dies. Wonderful. Being unclutched. And we need to ask ourselves these questions. What is life and what is death? Why suffering? Why pain? Beautiful, Mark. Wonderful. Yes. Now let's start the power manifestation of Mahima. As I explained in the previous session, each power with this powerful, what you learned about the seeking. With the powerfulness. Also receive powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. Go ahead, open that book and Receive a powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. Take 2 minutes and receive a powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. Yes. The one thing that you cannot miss when you are in love with the Master, not only will you feel He is God, but all the miracles which you feel or expect should happen in the presence of God will also happen in front of Him, in His presence. Beautiful cognition, Shukra Indrananda posture. Just try this. Whatever you do, act with awareness. If you are eating, Eat with awareness. No extra time is needed to do this. In fact, it will take less time to eat because when you eat with awareness, you will eat just the amount what the body needs rather than stuffing food down your throat thoughtlessly. So beautiful cognitions, powerful cognitions. Let's start the power manifestation. Let's start the power manifestation. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming now, just let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. And having this powerful cognition that Paramashiva has come down in the body of Parama Swamiji, and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. Let's start the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object that you have chosen to increase or decrease. Whatever is your cognition, whatever is your declaration, declare that. Yes, now please go ahead and measure your object again or weigh your object again and post your power manifestation results. Please go ahead and measure your object again and post your the manifestation results of Mahima. Elizabeth Ma, Sukriti, what happened to your results? Power manifestation results. Quickly post your power manifestation results. Yes, now let's get back to our session. Now, acid wash to your seeking. Meaning, ask this question, a technique, and contemplate on the basic questions. Where am I heading? My actions, my thinking. Is it all aligning to the reality of my life? What am I going to do after death? Am I going to exist after death, after this body stops functioning? From where I come? This basic question should be kept alive till the experience happens, till it becomes realization in you. Sit and contemplate about what is really going to happen after my death. Where am I going to go? Where am I going to head? Sometimes you may have received the answer from me. Don't worry. Even after the death, you are going to be with me in Aksharadham, in Kailasa. You are going to be with me. I'm going to be with you. These answers you received from Swamiji may be vibrating in your heart as a truth. You will be so connected with that truth answer. You'll be so happy with that answer. Then you don't need to hold on to that question. Then you can start living that answer. So please start contemplate on this technique, on this powerful cognitions of seeking. Do this sincerely. I request all of you to do this sincerely. At one time, the devotion to the Guru will take over, and this answer will start vibrating with you. Swamiji said, I'm with him. I'll be with him. Otherwise, this question, where was I? Where I am now? Where I'm going to go after my death? What is happening with me now? Ask as if the first day you are waking up. Where am I going to head the moment I get out of this bed? Before waking up, before falling asleep, the deeper truth of seeking. Just contemplate on this powerful cognitions. Sit and contemplate. Any questions? Please post it in the chat, but sincerely sit and do the contemplation. You can post your understandings in the chat. And I request all of you who are offline, please come in front of camera and participate in the session. Yes. Now, are you all doing, what are your cognitions on this? Understand. When you start asking these constantly about what am I doing? Why am I here? Constant seeking leads to your higher and higher, you will experience your higher self. So fall in love with seeking. Only when you fall in love with seeking, you will be constantly seeking. What you love, you do, isn't it? Fall in love with seeking. So let's listen from Swami V on this topic. Fall in love with seeking.
This whole verse describes necessity, power of seeking. Seeking is not what you call as religion or spirituality. Please listen. Much of your religion and spirituality is just business and bargain, gambling, give and take, negotiation in the silence. Sometimes vocally, sometimes locally, sometimes silently, but negotiation goes on, goes on, goes on. Sometimes with that rough stuff of heaven and hell, sometimes with the subtle stuff of love and hatred, sometimes the more subtle feeling connected or feeling rejected. But much of your religion and spirituality is business, bargain, negotiation, gambling. Seeking does not fall under any of this category. Seeking is your innermost course pain. By understanding it has not yet expressed its full potential, your innermost course suffocation. By understanding it needs to expand, your innermost being's decision to expand, decision to be free. Understand? I am defining seeking. Your innermost course decision to be free, your innermost course decision to be awakened, your innermost course decision not to continue with the status quo. Continuing with the status quo, with the fantasy, someday something will happen from heaven or from somewhere, from sky, something will drop and everything in my life will be aligned and proper. Sitting with this stupid, fallible fantasy. Understand? Infallible fantasy is vision. Fallible vision is fantasy. When you take the responsibility for your visualization, it is vision. When you don't take responsibility for your thinking, it is fantasy. Much of your inner happening is the game of fantasy. And unfortunately, you make that into religion. Fantasy should be entertained maximum to the level of entertainment, not more than that. Don't make a religion out of it. That's not the stuff out of which you can make religion. Understand, this pillar made of fiberglass can be used as a decoration piece, but you can't make the building stand on it. The fiberglass pillar cannot hold the building. It can only be a decoration piece. If you try to make the building stand on it, you are in danger. You are wrong. It is so unfortunate. We go on cherishing fantasy. Listen. Cherishing fantasy and we also have one more fantasy to support our fantasy. Someday, from somewhere, something will fall and everything will become all right. That's what I call status quo living. Yesterday, I gave 3 technical terms: educational gratification, delayed gratification, light theologians. These are the 3 important keywords you need to remember. Today, listen. Listen very clearly. The status quo living. Just go on postponing with the fantasy someday something will collapse, something will fall, and everything will become all right. See, the worst thing of living the status quo, after some time, you even forget you can take decisions. Now, I've seen people, I've really seen people for whole life, they are activists, means they get into the stage and give big lectures on cleaning the country. They even join the army, which cleanses, which cleans the streets and schools, colleges. Finally, after some time, they learn only the art of mobilizing the huge gathering, huge volunteers, and doing something, doing a show. Slowly, they forget they themselves can do something. And I have seen this kind of people. The street in which they go for everyday morning walk is full of trash and dirt. Hardly it may take 10 minutes for them to clean that area, but they won't because they forget they can do something. They always think they can only mobilize crowd and that crowd only can do something. They can mobilize the mob, only that mob can do something. They forget they can do something. Understand, this example is very important. If you look into your life, many times You walk 3 kilometers to go and give lecture about cleanliness, but the house where you are staying or the street where you are walking, if you just bend and spend 10 minutes, that will become clean. You forget that it is possible, and you don't even keep that in your cognition. That is not there as part of you. Always the status quo life will be stinking life, where a simple reality which can be seen even by a child will be forgotten by you. Understand? In status quo life, you read, see, understand more from your brain than from the reality. Most of the time, the spelling mistakes you make while you read a newspaper or magazine or your iPod will be very funny, because you don't read from there, you read from here. You'll suddenly realize, God, second time, third time when you read, oh, this is what is there. But I thought this is what there. Even while you are seeing, you don't see here, you see from here. You don't see from here, you see from here. You don't read from here, you read from here. In the status quo life, you are almost caught in the cobweb of thinking, which is a very suffocating karma pattern, mental pattern, which does not let you relate with the reality. Seeking is the decision to melt you and reinvent you, melt you and mold you as you want. I tell you, greatest blessing in the life is not even God's grace, but seeking for God's grace. I really tell you, it is not even enlightenment, seeking the enlightenment. Seeking, actually seeking is the time you can enjoy the glory of enlightenment, because after you become enlightened, you are that. What is there separately to enjoy? Seeking is the real honeymoon. Seeking is the real time and space where you can reinvent yourself, where you can melt, go on melting, 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 melting. An ordinary human being, from the birth to death, he goes on freezing, 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 freezing himself. His life is just a hormonal hijack from birth to death. He's just hijacked by his hormones, and by the time he wakes up, he's already landed in death. In the birth, he takes off. In few minutes, hormones put the knife on your throat and says, fly the plane as I say, where I want. And you are hijacked. When the hormones say, come on, land here. When you land, the land is death. It is just hormones hijacking you. So-called normal life is hormonal hijack. Rarely, when you fall in love with something or some person, you develop the ability to reinvent yourself, reorganize yourself, awaken yourself, and look into something fresh. But it's only during the seeking when you fall in love with the highest possibility. I can say when you raise in love, not fall in love. Raise in love with the highest possibility. Only when the seeking starts, your bio-memory starts reinventing itself. Please understand, if you fall in love with something physical, you will just alter all your physique. You may start going to gym, reduce weight, change your haircut, change your hairstyle, change your dress, change your skin color. This whole India is suffering with this fair complexion. The unfair obsession with a fair complexion. No, really. Biggest psychiatric disorder India suffers is the unfair obsession with a fair complexion. Largest fairness cream market in the world. Do you know that? Still, these stupid fellows are associating white and beauty. This is the only country where fairness and beauty is associated, and English and intelligence is associated. You tell anything in few English words, people think you are intelligent. No, really. In India, get down anywhere and just say, I'm suffering from fever, so whatever you read in the school, the leave letter, or the first essay you memorize in your school, you repeat that, people will tell, oh, some big babu has come to our place. The language and intelligence is associated. The fairness and beauty is associated. Unfair obsession this country having with the fairness. Funny. When you fall in love with something physical, you decide to change your physical appearance, your hairstyle. If you are from lower middle class, you change your hairstyle and dress. If you are from middle class, you change your hairstyle, dress and skin color. If you are from upper class, you change even the shape of your body through some surgery. When you fall in love with physical, you adjust, alter your physique. When you fall in love with something super conscious, you get the ability to change your very consciousness. Falling in love with the super consciousness and awakening your ability to reinvent, reorganize your very biomemory, your very core consciousness is what I call seeking. In whichever you feel connected, you try to adjust yourself to that. When you fall in love with something physical, you try to alter your physical appearance. Whether you buy or grab or steal or hook or crook, you get the ability to change. When you are in love with something physical, you change your physical appearance. When you fall in love with something super conscious. You awaken your biomemory, intelligence. You awaken your biomemory and intelligence to alter your very core consciousness, your very biomemory, your very being. The ability to reinvent your very biomemory, reorganize your very biomemory, reorganize, reinvent, rediscover your very biomemory is what I call seeking. When you start seeking the higher possibilities, your body gets rearranged, your mind gets reorganized, your intellect gets reinvented, your biomemory gets rejuvenated, your consciousness gets recognized. Recognizing. When you recognize yourself, naturally you will be recognized. When you recognize yourself, world will also recognize you, that is recognizing you. I tell you. Seeking the higher possibilities, physical or mental or conscious, seeking the higher possibilities, seeking the highest possibility is the key truth, the sacred secret. This 15th verse of Isavasya Upanishad is trying to express. I'll read the 15th verse translation once more and then expand. Listen. The truthful, effulgent, eternal being is the ultimate sustainer, nourisher, and protector of all that exists. You are the embodiment of the imperishable truth and reality. Your divine face of truth is concealed by the blinding, dazzling, upturned pot, which has golden orb of effulgence. This radiant golden pot conceals your glorious face of truth from my view, O Pushan, O Sun, O complete one. Do reveal yourself by removing the glaring veil, for I, on the path of truth, am eager to have your divine vision. Human being, when he started seeking, first thing he did, started looking up in the sky. He understood, yes, a possibility which is beyond his imagination. He understood he has to look up. He understood he needs to reach high. the first thing he did is look up. When he looked up, expecting to see the divine, all he saw was the sun, and he knows sun may be symbol, but beyond him is the truth. Understand? Hindus are natural worshippers, not just nature worshippers. Understand? We worshipped nature not with the limited understandings which other indigenous religions have about nature, the tribal religions have about nature. No. That is why I insist we are not just nature worshippers. We worship nature, but not just the nature. The force which is veiled by the nature, which is beyond the nature. You can see very clearly this Upanishadic verse saying, please, O sun, O Bhushan, O complete one, do reveal yourself by removing that glaring veil. See, the sun which you can see with your physical eyes is a glaring veil. We always know only the veil which is dark and which covers, which dulls. But Upanishad rishis are so clear, even if it is glaring, they know it is a veil. The Upanishadic rishis say, please remove this glaring veil. On the path of truth, I am eager to see, have your divine vision. Maybe this is the voice of the first seeker on the planet Earth. This is the emotion described by the first seeker on the planet Earth. Or this is the path traveled by the first seeker on the planet Earth. The first apex body of Hinduism, Ananda Akada, follows Isavasya Upanishad and worships sun as their guru. It's based on this verse. This is the oldest Upanishad. Ananda Akada is the oldest Pita, the spiritual seat. This is the oldest expression. This is the oldest expression. The truthful, effulgent, eternal being is the ultimate sustainer, nourisher, and protector of all that exists. You are the embodiment of imperishable truth and reality. Your divine face of truth is concealed by the blinding, dazzling, upturned part. Hiranmayena patrena. Satyasya vihitam mukham tattvam bhushannabavrunu satya dharmaya drishtaye. Seeking. How much ever I pour the words and decorate, seeking can never be beautified by any of the words I utter. It can never be glorified by any of the words I am trying to express. Only when you taste it, you know the power of it. When you taste it, you know the power of it. I tell you, I'll give you some example. When you are a teenager, when your mom asks to buy vegetables or milk or some groceries from the shop, you won't walk even up to the corner of your street. But when you fall in love, especially that puppy love, to have a glimpse of your girlfriend, you will be ready to walk 5 kilometers. To have a glimpse of your boyfriend, you will be ready to walk 5 kilometers. When your mom says just buy the vegetables, milk or grocery, you can't walk 5 house, the street corner. But when you fall in love, 5 kilometer distance looks nothing. Understand, when you fall in love, the capacity to reinvent yourself is awakened in you. Same way, when you fall in seeking, the capacity to reinvent your very core consciousness gets awakened in you. If your teacher says, hey, wake up in the early morning, at least 7 o'clock and start studying for examination, you won't do. But when you fall into seeking, early morning, 3 o'clock, you will be up and alive, reading Upanishads, doing yoga, meditating. I tell you, what puppy love can do to you, seeking can do the same thing to your consciousness, not just to your body mind. In puppy love, the energy you radiate in your body mind, you will radiate tons of it in your very core consciousness in seeking. When the seeking was awakened in you, even you will be surprised. When the seeking gets awakened in you, even you will be surprised about you. I tell you, when the seeking was awakened in me, even I was surprised about my capacities, about what I am doing. Your very understanding about you will become different when the seeking is awakened in you. You become so serene, so graceful, so alive, so light, ready to take off. You are no more a hard stone. You just become one with the thin air, ready to go higher, 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 and higher. Seeking makes you light and light. L-I-T-E, light, L-I-G-H-T, light. Actually, when I am going to work with you on your bioenergy in Nithyanandoham 1008, the first thing I am going to do is awaken your seeking. If you have to make a pot out of clay, first thing you have to do, pour water and make it soft. Only then it will stand as you want. Then you can bake it. To make the shape stable. So the first thing, the water I need to pour into you is seeking. Then making the pot is the whole process. Baking is energization. First step in the whole Nithyanandoham process is pouring my seeking into you. Awakening the seeking into you. Just to experience seeking, come to Nithyanando. Just to experience seeking. What happens next, everything is bonus. If you taste seeking, that's enough. You got it. You got it. You really got it. In seeking, you just see. And you can do anything available, possible for human beings. It is like you can take out your kidney and wash it and put it back, take out the intestine and clean it and put it back, take out the heart and pump little energy into it and put it back. If you can do that, how easy it will be for you to maintain your health. Exactly, you get that capacity. Relating to your consciousness in seeking. You just know which part need to be corrected, completed, cleansed, altered, and awaken it. Seeking awakens that potential in you. Not just cleansing your liver or kidney or intestine, but the source energy of your liver, kidney, intestine. Seeking just intoxicates you with the ultimate truths. Then nothing else is needed. When you are intoxicated with the ultimate truth, nothing else is needed. Life in its fullest form is experienced. The moment seeking starts, you wake up to cosmos. How every day morning you wake up to this world. Same way when the seeking starts, you wake up to the cosmos. The higher energies. I don't know what else to add. Go on adding. It is the spirit of seeking. Keeps the highest possibilities available to human beings. The spirit of seeking is much more than enlightenment itself. It's much more than anything which can be said and which can't be said. Only word I can add. Nithyanandoham chalo. To experience seeking. Nithyanandoham chalo. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/life.
And everyone. So all of you, please post your understanding in the chat. What is your understanding in the chat? And requesting for those of you who are off camera, so please come in front of camera. Elizabeth Ma, E. Jingvi, E. Jianji, Ananda Lakshmi Yogini. Please come in front of Kamita Sukriti and participate in the sessions. Juan Lu, Sylvia Wang, and Majnana Guru Prasadini. All of you, please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. Yes. Now let's continue. And you also post your understanding in the chat. Now let's continue. Your utter confusion leads to seeking. You're very suffering and very ignorance is because of your decision. Your confusion is your decision. Your ignorance is your decision, which you made due to some vested interest. Why do you not want the transformation? Because transformation means literally the earth on which you are standing for the last 40 to 50 years will shake. Many things with which you console yourself as your success, you cannot bear the truth that you are not successful. So you have to constantly make yourself believe you are a success. To make yourself success, believe you are a success. Internally, you go on planning, looking altering, and continuously convince yourself to believe the ideas with which you built your life is right. All right. See, so many people my age, my colleagues don't have all this, that. I have all this. I have made a lot of progress in my life. Compared to them, my life is better. So I am very successful. Some measurements, comparison with my circle, I am doing good. But one corner of your mind laughs at, it's laughing at you. No, no, no. But on the other side, I am a success. Utter confusion. Utter confusion leads to seeking. Which side can I support? Which part of me claims and consoles me I am a success? The other part of me claims and condemns me as a failure. Which part should I support? If you are in utter confusion, be very clear. The seeking has started in you. If you have not if you are not yet faced the confusion, the possibility for transformation has not yet opened. The first thing any person has to face in life for enlightenment is utter confusion. As long as you are convinced you are what you exist, you will not have this confusion, and we are afraid to entering into the confusion. We do not want to rock the boat. It's all going well. Why unnecessarily create a problem? You do not want to come in terms with the reality. You do not want to take any argument which is raising in you to come to the logical conclusion. How many of you are cognizing this? How many of you are postponed taking any logical arguments if you due to the logical conclusion? When the arguments raise, you postpone it, you push it aside. When the arguments rise, you postponing and you pushing it aside. You don't want to take it to the logical conclusion. You suppress it, you push it under the carpet. How many of you do this in your life? Look in. Anything you push under the carpet without taking it to the logical conclusion becomes a mechanism which restrains your possibility, restricts your opportunities. You put many things under the carpet, you are sitting on the balcony. Anytime it may blast. That's why you are not able to sit with you, because you're sitting under the balcony. Many things you put it under the carpet. Religion has to start from the space of restful awareness. Conflict resolution is the ability to take our logical thinking to the logical conclusion. Logical thinking to the logical conclusion. We have to start with restful awareness. We have to start with carrying the right space. Swamiji says a beautiful thing, seeking actually is a Hinduism grand narrative. Seeking is the essence of life, and it's a grand narrative of Hinduism is seeking. Seeking recognizes and resonates in your inner image. It beautifully evolves a very powerful inner image, a very powerful outer image, and a very powerful life image. Your authentic image is seeking. Seeking is the Hindu grand narrative. So before we listen from Swamiji on this topic, let's do one power manifestation. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. And also you can post your understanding so far. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the power manifestation, one more round. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Now we're going to do the power manifestation, one more round. So for that, receive a powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Receive powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Take a couple of minutes and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Now, please sit straight with your object. We are going to manifest the power of Mahima. So, you decide, declare what you want to manifest. Meaning, you can increase. The Mahima is what? One of the Ashtamaha Siddhis. You can alter the length or you can alter the weight. You can increase or decrease. So, you choose what you want to manifest and declare what you want to manifest. Select an object and declare what you want to alter the object's length or object's weight. With the declaration, let's start the power manifestation. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line and with your object. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Sit with the cognition that Paramashiva has come down as Swamiji. And remember Paramashiva Swamiji in the third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your awareness completely on your third eye again and again. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the manifestation that you want to do. Increase or decrease. All of you are ready with your objects. Declare the manifestation and now start chanting the Mahavakya.
Powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Now, please go ahead and share. Sorry. Measure your objects again and post your manifestation results in the chat. Please go ahead and measure your object. And post your manifestation results in the chat. Few more seconds. Please go ahead and post your power manifestation results of Mahima. Now, let's move on to our next session. Seeking is the Hindu grand narrative. Seeking recognizes you and rejuvenates your inner image, and it beautifully evolves a very powerful inner image, a very powerful outer image, and a very powerful life image. Living with the people in whom seeking is awakened is Kailai, meaning the Kailasa, the abode of Shiva. Seeking is the Hindu grand narrative. Before expanding on this new word, which I uttered, the Hindu grand narrative, Swamiji is saying, I wanted to acknowledge and thank the Raju Malhotraji. It is from his article that I picked up this word, the Hindu grand narrative, and the concept of Hindu grand narrative. So let's understand what that is. The grand narrative means that every civilization has a collective identity, sometimes artificially created with integrity and sometimes artificially created without integrity. The grand narrative is the collective inner image of each civilization creates. And each civilization adopts their own grand narrative. And sometimes the grand narrative evolves spontaneously, and sometimes the grand narrative evolves in an organized way. spontaneously evolved grand narrative is the grand narrative is one of the most important things to guide the existing civilization or to bring any revolution in the civilization or to guide the flow of the civilization or even to revive any civilization. For anything, you need a clear-cut grand narrative so that your inner image can constantly, beautifully align. My grand narrative was Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal. We have learned this in a previous session also. My gurus, all the time I will remember only these two. Any practical reasons, I will remember Annamalai Swamigal. Any mystical thing, I'll remember Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So now let's listen from Swamiji. Any questions so far? Anyone is posting powerful cognitions of what you have learned? So now let's listen from Swamiji. Seeking is the Hindu grand narrative.
My responsibility is keeping the body healthy, so I'm letting the body adjust itself to its natural biological clock. Like when it feels like eating, let it eat. When it feels like lying down, let it lie down. I'm leaving it to it. Yesterday night till 3:30, I was sitting and working. Many of you would have even got likes from the Facebook and chatting and all that. Because I'm letting the body to create its own rhythm and its own biological clock. Actually, that is what now I am leaving it to the body. When it feels like lying down, I let it lie down immediately. When it feels like working, I let it work as long as it wants. Actually, it is working more number of hours when I give that freedom to the body. So I'll make sure at least 400 satsangs are delivered in this year. And of course, I already committed all the 400 powers, the whole science I'll reveal. Not just science, I'll start even doing initiations, means making those powers as experience in your system. Let me enter into today's subject. I have just few more things to share about seeking. Understand, seeking reorganizes, rejuvenates your inner image. It beautifully evolves a very powerful inner image, very powerful outer image, very powerful life image. Living with the people in whom seeking is awakened is Kailaya, Kailaya. That is Kailasa. Living with the people in whom seeking is awakened is Kailasa. And creating more and more people whose Pratyagatma Chaitanya, individual consciousness, is awakened, whose inner image is aligned, seeking, whose inner image is grown out of seeking. Understand? Seeking is the Hindu grand narrative. Before expanding on this new word, which I uttered, the Hindu grand narrative, I wanted to acknowledge, thank Sri Raji Malhotra. It is from his article I picked up this word, the Hindu grand narrative, and the concept of Hindu grand narrative. I wanted to acknowledge and thank him. Of course, I wanted to thank him for all the great work he is doing, and especially for this great article, Hindu grand narrative. The word and the concept, both is from Raji Malhotra. I really wanted you to understand the Hindu grand narrative. Understand? First, you need to catch the word grand narrative. It means every civilization has a collective identity, sometimes artificially created with integrity, sometimes artificially created without integrity. Please understand. Artificially created with integrity, artificially created without integrity. If I had to give an example, Krishna is a grand narrative. Surely ISKCON has created it beautifully, but with integrity. They have not told any lie about Krishna. They have not told any lie. They worked very properly, they created. Maybe the artificial word is not the right word. I should use that. Organized. They created in a very organized way. Krishna has a grand narrative for their organization, but with integrity. They did not miss integrity. And organized way created grand narratives, but without integrity. 10,000 names I can say. Understand? The grand narrative is the collective inner image. Each civilization creates their own grand narrative. Each civilization adopts their own grand narrative. Sometimes the grand narratives just evolve spontaneously and get followed. Sometimes the grand narratives are very organized way propagated and followed. A spontaneously evolved grand narrative is Shirdi Sai Baba's grand narrative. With no organized effort, just spontaneously the grand narrative started and it has spread all over the world as Shirdi Sai movement. Organized way, but with integrity created is Bhagavan Swaminarayan, Krishna, grand narrative of Krishna as per ISKCON. It's all organized way it is done. I should not use the word artificial. Organized and with integrity. They have not told any lie about Swaminarayan or they have not told any lie about Sri Krishna. Whatever ISKCON declares and claims about Krishna is completely truth, including their idea of he is the supreme. Because please understand, anybody experiences the ultimate through a window, he feels his window is also supreme. Through a window, if you see the sky, by and by you feel that window frame is also the sky. And through any window, you experience the sky. You are given freedom to declare that window is supreme. You are not given freedom to say there is no other window, but you are given a freedom to say that window is the suprememost. And so because that freedom is available already in Vedic tradition, even they declaring Krishna is the God, ultimate God. I'll say they are integrated. They are integrated. Only they don't have a right to say that there is no other door, which they are not saying. I don't see them saying there is no other door. But they say that Krishna is supreme door. That is perfectly all right. In Hindu tradition, we are very clear. Praising in the level of praising and promoting, exclusivity is allowed. Only you have no right to deny that there is no other possibility. That right Vedic tradition does not give, and Vedic tradition does not accept that. Vedic tradition is very clear that you have no right to say no other door exists, no other possibility exists. You have no right to say there is no other supreme possibility. How many supreme, most superlative degrees you add are the infinity of superlative. That same thing somebody can add for their ishta. That is the beauty of our Vedic tradition. So with integrity, organized, but with integrity, the grand narratives of ISKCON and Bhagavan Swaminarayan movement, all that was created. Artificial, but without integrity. I can give you 10,000 grand narratives of that example, which I don't want to say the names now. Each civilization has their own grand narrative, and each generation, based on their vested interests, evolves, develops, alters, expands, shrinks, edits their grand narratives. Understand, you need to understand this. Fighter can use Krishna as a grand narrative from a different context. A lover can use Krishna as a grand narrative from different context. So the different contexts set as per the requirement of the time, the living visionaries of the society, either in the field of spirituality or politics, the decision makers, the rulers, they evolve their own grand narratives. And the grand narratives exists in the society is also altered and given a different context. For example, the whole Shaivism in Tamil Nadu, Jnana Sambandhar is the grand narrative. In course of time, during each era, people have given a different context to Jnana Sambandhar and understood. At some point, his devotion was the grand narrative. At some point, the way he demonstrated the courage and strength because of his devotion. So same Jnana Sambandhar is celebrated as a grand narrative from different contexts. Sanatana Hindu Dharma had multiple grand narratives, I tell you. Each of the Sampradaya in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is independently complete and equipped to make an individual enlightened. Each of the Sampradaya, please understand, each of the Sampradaya in Sanatana Dharma is completely equipped with the grand narrative, technique, method. Actually, you can't call Hinduism as a religion not because it lacks something. Every Sampradaya of Hinduism is a religion. In the West, what you define as a religion, what all they have, all that each tradition of Hinduism has. That is why I should say that it is a encyclopedia of religions. All major countries have their grand narrative. All major civilizations have their grand narrative. Based on their need and time, some grand narratives are built with integrity and some are built without integrity, but they have one. Even atheists in Tamil Nadu try to build a grand narrative of Thiruvalluvar. But one good thing is, we have tons and tons of documentation that Thiruvalluvar is one of the Saiva saint. Even though they try to distort his identity, try to take him out of Shaivism, the moment these fellows are gone, these atheists who are trying to take away the identity from Valluvar, the moment these guys are gone, he will get back his identity, but all the monuments built for him will be useful for us to recreate the real grand narrative of Thiruvalluvar. வள்ளுவ நாயனார் மயிலாப்பூரில் பிறந்து சைவவேளாளர் குலத்திலே பிறந்து வளர்ந்த திருநீரும் முழுநீரும் ருத்ராட்சமும் தரித்த தொண்டைமண்டல ஆதீனத்தின் குருமுதல்வராகிய ஆதிநாதரால் தீட்சை செய்து வைக்கப்பட்டதனால் தன்னுடைய முதல் குரலிலே ஆதி பகவன் என்று குருநாதரை புகழ்ந்துரைத்து வழிபாடு செய்த ஞானி. I'll translate in English. He was born and brought up in this is an introduction, exact introduction of the Thiruvalluvar from a oldest available document about Valluvar. From that I am reading it out. That Thiruvalluvar was born and brought up in Mylapore from Saivavelalar family, and he always lived the life of Bhasma and Rudraksha, and because he was initiated by the founder of Tondemandala Adinam, Adinatha Jnanaprakasa Desika Paramacharya Swamigal, who is the incarnation of Mahadeva himself. In his first verse, he salutes Adi Bhagavan. And the Adinam means the Gurupita of the Valluvar community is Tondemandala Adinam. That Adinam's the Guru Mudalvar, the founder, is Adinatha Swamigal. Still now, with that same name, he is worshipped, and the oldest palm leaf of Tirukkural was discovered in that Adinam only. It was stored and still they own it. So soon we will reclaim his identity and bring that grand narrative back. So this grand narrative is one of the most important thing to guide the existing civilization or to bring any revolution in the civilization or to guide the flow of the civilization or even to revive any civilization. For anything, you need a clear-cut grand narrative so that your inner image can be beautifully aligned. If I have to tell you the truth, my grand narrative was Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal. All the time I will remember only these two. any practical actions, Annamalai Swamigal, any of this mystical inner space, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. If I have to move the mountains or do something great, then immediately fall into Arunagiri Yogeshwara's space. It will be done. We will win the game. And any ordinary action, facing things, first thing I'll think, at this moment, how Annamalai Swamigal will respond. That is the way I grew up. Till the age of 12, my grand narrative was Arunagiri Yogeshwara and Annamalai Swamigal. Every situation, I'll think how he will behave, how he will respond, how he will react. So they became my grand narrative insight. See, you need a grand narrative, only then you can align your inner image to it. Need of the Guru itself is nothing but a need for grand narrative. Your need for Guru is nothing but your need of grand narrative. Whoever accepts me as Guru, for all of you, I become the grand narrative without even telling. This is the way the grand narratives gets built. We had thousands of grand narratives in each locality. For example, whole Maharashtra, Jnaneshwar was the grand narrative, Sant Jnaneshwar. Whole Karnataka, Bhagavan Basavanna, he was the grand narrative. Whole Tamil Nadu, Jnana Sambandar, and few more saints who came after Jnana Sambandar. They were the grand narrative. If I look what can be the grand narrative of Hinduism? It cannot just be a concept. It has to be a person, very physical, down to earth, which people can perceive in their level and play with their visualization, use it to align themselves. If a concept can be a grand narrative of Hinduism, then seeking is the grand narrative of Hinduism. It just can't be seeking. We will have to demonstrate, show the grand narrative. Which can be cherished, enjoyed, visualized, played with your visualization, with which you can play with your visualization. Which can inspire you to align your inner image. Which can remind you again and again the highest purpose of your existence, seeking. Which can raise you to the space of seeking again and again. Hindus have denied the need for a grand narrative for last at least 200 years. We have not realized. We need a grand narrative. That is the collective identity for all of us. We have not realized that not having the grand narrative is something wrong. We are trying to push this problem under the carpet, saying, no, 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 no. If you create a grand narrative of Krishna, then all the Shaivites will be dropped out. If you create a grand narrative of Shiva, all the Vaishnavites will be dropped out. If you create the grand narrative of Devi, all the other traditions will be dropped out. If we think we are wrong, Hindus are intelligent enough to move from one Ishtadevata to another Ishtadevata. If you have not had at least 6-7 Ishtadevata, you are never a seeker. If you are a seeker, you would have had at least 6-7 Ishtadevatas. Because every time you evolve, you will connect with the next level of definition, grand narrative you received. If you received Mahadeva as the embodiment of enlightenment, as a description about him, at the age of 7, you may not have felt connected with him. At the age of 7, you need Ganesha who nicely eats and roams around and jumps. Maybe the grand narrative of Ganesha would have been more appealing for you. And at the age of 14, the grand narrative of Subramanya would have been more appealing for you. Youth, beauty, valor, vigor. Then maybe after you face 2-3 girlfriends, then you need Mahadeva, the grand narrative of enlightenment. You will simply feel connected. The college, suspend after marriage husband. So at different times when you evolve, you will feel connected to the different grand narratives. Please understand. That is why the number of atheists in Hinduism is too low than in other religions. Because in other religions, they have only one grand narrative. If it does not match with you, if you don't feel connected, you simply become atheist. With us, it is not the case. We have 2000 grand narrative, and if you have a guru, he will made to order and give you. He will even make one new one for you. But this is not our weakness. Please understand. Soon you will see. Actually, I take the responsibility of creating a Hindu grand narrative. Soon, very soon, you guys will have all-inclusive but non-diluted. All-inclusive but undiluted. Because of inclusiveness, only becoming powerful, not having any powerlessness because of inclusiveness. We will discover and reveal the Hindu grand narrative to the world. We'll do it. We'll do it with integrity and authenticity. I only want to tell you all, Hindus not having grand narrative and not doing research and thinking in that line of need to have a grand narrative. Hindus not bothered about need to have a grand narrative is not right. Please understand, that is the biggest problem. The Hindu leaders are not even realizing we need a grand narrative. We need to spend a lot of time and energy into it, and we need to evolve it. It is unfortunate. Hindu visionaries and leaders are in self-denial, and they are trying to push the problem of Hindu grand narrative under the carpet. But that is running like a Tom and Jerry here and there, and coming back and biting the carpet and biting you. Not having the grand narrative is not right. It is time we spell out the Hindu grand narrative. Actually, if we can make 10,000 people enlightened without Hindu grand narrative, with Hindu grand narrative, we may be able to make easily 100,000 people enlightened. Because that takes away the people's depression. That takes away the people's fatigue. That takes away the people's boredom, I tell you. Now, what I am saying, all of you can understand. It's not that I never fought with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I had my own ups and downs with him. But every early morning, the moment I see him, everything is over. Just like what happens to you when the curtain opens? Not only the ups and downs I had with him, the ups and downs I have with the whole world, everything disappears. Now it is neither up nor down. It is all jing chak chik. It's all now. I tell you, human beings live in the intoxication of grand narrative. And the intoxication of grand narrative is required to go through forced depression by the stupid social narratives. See, society gives you some narratives. As a mother, you should be this, this, this. As a father, you should be this, this, this. As a brother, you should be this, this, this. This all forced on you, and your biomemory is made to believe. When you face some difficulty, problems, because of the social narratives about you, the intoxication of grand narrative takes away the depression. Understand, grand narrative is the antidote for all the sufferings you created based on your social narratives. It is such powerful inspiration to remove your mental fatigue, tiredness, and boredom. I'll come back to you soon. Today, I only wanted to introduce this concept of grand narrative and need for the grand narrative to keep your seeking up and alive and active. I'll come back to you with a Hindu grand narrative soon, which will keep your seeking up alive and make you enlightened. So, essence of today's satsang is the grand narrative is required to keep the seeking up and alive, and not having the grand narrative is not right, or trying to push that problem under the carpet is also not right. grand narrative is required to keep your seeking up and alive. I wanted all over the world the Sangha to do Vakyartha Sadas. After reading the article by Raji Malhotra, the Hindu grand narrative, it is available in the Facebook, in the website. Read that and see my today's satsang. All over the world, I wanted the Sangha to do Vakyartha Sadas on the grand narrative, the Hindu grand narrative. Do Vakyartha Sadas. I'll get back to you guys with the Hindu grand narrative. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Shaivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 0802727.
So you can post your understanding, internalize how Hinduism is a grand, seeking is the Hinduism's grand narrative. Post your internalization in the chat. Nandam everyone. Those of you who are off camera, please come in front of camera and participate in the sessions. See what Swamiji has said. What makes this divine energy assume a human form as an incarnation? Swamiji said God performs the 5 actions, 5 tasks. He creates the universe, he maintains the universe, he destructs the universe. And destruction of our egos and all. And it removes our delusion that we are human. We believing our lower self. He removes that delusion. Finally, he gives us the liberation. For first creation, maintenance, and destruction of our ego and removal of our delusion, he doesn't need to take the human form, but to guide humanity in the path of liberation, to keep the seeking alive in human beings, he has to assume the human body and work directly with them. Out of pure compassion, and the divine energy descends to human body and to guide and to liberate. Incarnations come down. So whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma is all about the guru-disciple relationship, and it's all about seeking. The whole lifestyle is about seeking. Whole dance form, art forms, any art form is seeking. So now let's continue with our next session. I request all of you to be on camera and participate in the sessions. Any questions in the meantime, you can post, and let's do one more round of power manifestation of Mahima. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So let's do the one more round of power manifestation. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Now let's start the power manifestation. Please keep your object ready. We are going to do the one more round of power manifestation of Mahima. Please get your object and take the measurement, initial measurement of the object. Please sit straight with your head, neck back, straight line. And keep the object ready. Now, please sit straight. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. Sit with the cognition that Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth, incarnated as Swamiji. And with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to increase or decrease the weight or length. So let's start the power manifestation. Nithyananda, everyone. So now please post your power manifestation results. Please post your power manifestation results, measure your object and post your power manifestation results. Right. Now let's listen from Swamiji. Let the seeking be the true purpose of your life. Let's listen from Swamiji. Seeking, let the seeking be the true purpose of your life.
Favorite inheritor of the cosmos, and you live like Paramahamsa. I am telling you, Dharma is for the fellows who are interested in Artha and Kama. If you question Dharma, start seeking the depth of Dharma, why it is. Why? What is it? What is the source of it? How can I go beyond it? If the why can be looked in, if the why can be looked in, with your whole being, if you question why, immediately cosmos frees you from all the laws, rules, regulations. All the laws, all the rules, all the regulations. You become free from it. You become a liberated being. I tell you, If you don't throw tantrum with the cosmic mother, question why, she will let you be in your Maya, delusion. Understand? Delusion is not throwing tantrum. Delusion is not throwing tantrum. If a child is just sleeping or playing with the small toys it has, or eating his candy, or drying on his urine, mother will do her work. She will continue to do her work. She will be engaged. Only if the child decides to throw everything and start screaming, even then she will try to give some better toys, better candy, and try to keep the child in his delusion. But if the child decides, no, I don't want anything, and throws everything and starts throwing tantrum, only then she will come and just lift him up to her lap. Same thing with the cosmos. As long as you are in your delusion and playing with your small toys, candies, what is your small toys? Your relationships, family, friends. What's your small candies? Your salary, one car, two house, and drying on your urine. What is it? Means brooding over your incompletion. No, that is drying on your urine. Kids do. If you are a mother, you know kids do that. Now, I explain in a very decent way. Kids actually draw even on the number two. I went only up to the level of number 1. They do even on number 2. On number 1, you drawing is brooding over your incompletions. On number 2, drawing is making more and more incompletion out of your old incompletion. So whenever you are brooding over your incompletion, visualize you are drawing on your number 1. And whenever you are creating more suffering, more pattern, more incompletions out of your old incompletions, be very clear, you are drawing on your number 2. And projecting your incompletions on the master and abusing him means you are putting those fingers directly into your mouth. I don't think I need to describe more detailed. And then the cosmic mother will come and give you some more candies. Come on, better salary, better career opportunity, better house, lottery ticket, one extra fitting. She will try to give everything and divert your attention. If you are again back to that, she will say, all right. She will continue with her life. But only when you decide, no, I'm really going to look into everything, question everything. What is pain? What is pleasure? What is life? What am I? When you feel pain, let your first response team be seeking. When you feel bliss, let your first response team be seeking. What is this bliss? What is this pleasure? Exactly what happens in me when I am having pleasure. Exactly what happens in me when I am having pain. I tell you, having your first response team as seeking as your first response team is the highest, best security you can get from cosmos. throughout your life, if the seeking becomes your FRT, first response team, even when death comes, that will be your first response team. When you can seek into the death, you will be enlightened. That's all. I tell you, if your first response team is seeking, ordinary cup of tea can make you enlightened. When you sip a cup of tea, just see what is happening with this liquid touching my tongue. Wherever it is traveling, what is happening? Why this response to this? Why am I responding to it? A tea or a cigarette is never just a drink or a smoke. Understand? Every time you sip a tea, you will have the same patterns getting cherished. Every time you smoke a cigarette, you will have the same patterns getting cherished. If you are a addict to smoking or habitual tea drinker, you will know. Look in. Every time with those activities, you will have a same pattern. Even shower. Every time when you stand under the shower, you will have the same patterns. I am telling you, if seeking becomes your first response team, you will break tons and tons of patterns. Just an ordinary sipping a cup of tea can lead you to enlightenment. As mundane activities, as you claim your tea, just you reading a newspaper, every activity you are addicted, you will be going through that same pattern more than the same action. Listen. If you are going through more in the same action, it will never be addictive. If you are going through that same pattern more only than any action, will become addictive, because addiction belongs to mind, not body. Please listen. It is the thought currents which you go through every time you sip a tea or smoke. You are addicted to that. For that sake, you want the smoke, you want the cigarette again and again, tea again and again, not for the action itself, but for the pattern you go through. Even reading newspaper, I tell you, you don't read from the paper, you read from the mind. If you read 10 lines from the paper, you will read 200 lines from the mind. It is what you go through in the mind that you enjoy more. That is the reason many cannot go for 1-2 without having the newspaper in the hand. Listen, I'm defining addiction. All addiction is the mental patterns you go through more than the physical actions you do. When you start enjoying the mental patterns you go through with the same physical act than the physical actions you do, you get addicted to that. Use this definition whether for alcohol, marijuana, newspaper reading. It can be as simple as newspaper reading to as complicated as a sleeping pill, or as difficult as making accidents. Please understand, there are many people, accident addicts. At least a small scratch should happen to their car or two-wheeler. Then they feel satisfied. It can be as complicated as accident addiction or as simple as morning can't go to the restroom without newspaper. Whether it's your drinking pattern, eating pattern, or womanizing pattern, it's all pattern. Actually, a womanizer need to be healed, not punished. A drunkard need to be healed, not punished. A smoking addict need to be healed, not punished. Because it is getting caught with a pattern. I tell you, if your first response to anything can be a seeking, no pattern can get rooted into you. All patterns will be routed. It can never get rooted in you. Seeking is giving an earthquake to patterns. If patterns are the plants and trees on the ground, seeking is just giving a small shake. Or I can say big shake. It will collapse. All your patterns will collapse. Whether it is yesterday started or 2000 years before started. Everything will collapse. Everything will collapse. Understand, having seeking as your first response team means living enlightenment. Not having seeking as your first response team means worshipping the ignorance. Shivoham process is just all about making seeking as your first instinct response. Understand? I'm using a new word, first instinct response, FIR. First instinct response. Having seeking as your first instinct response is all I need to do. Giving you the eternal seeking is the job of Mahadeva. With the seeking, naturally comes solution. With the seeking, naturally comes solution. Understand? Anything can be given up, not seeking. Whichever part of you has stopped seeking, look into it, it would have become a frozen part of you. Whether it is a body, parts of the body, or mind, logic, emotion, wherever you stopped seeking, you lost the art of reinventing yourself. Whenever you lost the art of reinventing yourself, understand, not only you are stinking to death. You are rotting to death. You are stinking to death, rocking to destruction. Emotionally, if you stop seeking, you lost the capacity to reinvent yourself. Physically, your body continuing to seek its original state is yoga. Your logic continuing to seek its original state is liberated thinking. Your emotion continuing to seek its original form of existence is devotion. If your being, consciousness, seeking to its original state is enlightenment. Seeking keeps you alive with the possibility of reinventing yourself. Whenever seeking is lost, you lost the capacity to reinvent yourself. You are frozen. You are dead. Dead fellows are not that dangerous to humanity, but the living dead are the most dangerous to humanity. I always tell people, the real danger to Sanatana Hindu Dharma is neither atheists or other religious people. It is non-practicing Hindus. They are the greatest danger to Hindu tradition than anybody else. It is non-living human beings. They are the greatest danger to living human beings than aliens or any animals or anybody else. No alien, no animal, nobody else, nothing else can be such worst danger to human beings than the non-living human beings to the living human beings. The live dead human beings are the biggest threat to the living human beings. If you see the reality, ghosts have not done so much of bad things to humanity. Never the dead people. It's the living dead. They did all the crisis to humanity who are living. Please understand. Don't be afraid of dead, but always be away from the living dead people who are frozen, who don't know to reinvent themselves, who don't know realigning, reinventing themselves, who lost seeking. There is a beautiful verse by Manikavasagar. He says, I won't be afraid of seeing a snake or a wild animal, but I'll be afraid of the foreheads. I'll be afraid to see the foreheads which has no holy ash, sacred ash on it, which has no bhasma on it. I'm afraid to see the people who don't take Mahadeva's name in their being, in their heart. Actually, I wanted to sing in that same tone. தேடுதல் இல்லார் கண்டால் வரும் கேடுதல் கண்டு அம்மானாம் அஞ்சுமாரே. The fellows who don't have seeking, if you see them, all the bad things you are going to get, let you be afraid of that. Let me be afraid of that. தேடுதல் இல்லார் கண்டால் வரும் கேடுதல் கண்டு அம்மானாம் அஞ்சுமாரே. Let me be afraid of seeing the fellows who don't have seeking and the dangers they will cause for us if we even see them. Kandumuttu kettumuttu. If you see them, it is danger. And if you hear about them, it is danger. If you talk to them, it is danger. Because just talking 5 minutes with you, they can destroy your seeking and put some stupid ideas into your head and go away. After that, you have to be sitting and cleaning it up. It's like some guest comes and does 1, 2, 3 everything in your hall and goes out, and you are sitting and cleaning it with phenyl for 10 days. That is much better than this. Giving you the ultimate seeking and teaching you how to throw tantrum with the cosmos. and making you experience liberation is all the Shivoham process. If you have to get the attention of an elephant, just being an ant will never be sufficient, will never be successful. You'll have to at least come to the level of a bird and create a sound so that elephant can turn and see you. Same way with the cosmos. As an ordinary broken human being, you can never get the attention of the cosmos. Raise yourself by seeking. You will see cosmos responds to you. If you question why me, you will only be punished more and more. If you question why is it first of all, you will be liberated. If you question why pain for me, you will only be attracting more and more. If you question why first of all there is a pain for human beings, you will be liberated. Seeking means having basic questions. First things first. First things first is seeking. Having seeking is not worshipping the ignorance. Antandama pravishantiye avidyamupasate. Worshipping the ignorance. Putting the seeking as your first response team is what I am doing in Shivoham process. Making the seeking as your first instinct response is the process of Shivoham. Inviting and welcoming all of you for Shivoham process in Varanasi. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/Life Bliss Foundation.
Nityanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nityanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryanta. Understand, one part of you feels so strongly that you are going to exist forever and you don't need to worry about the questions of afterlife. It is like whenever you see people dying or you hear the news of somebody's death, you always think for a few seconds, what will happen to me? And then somehow you enter into the conviction you are going to exist forever, or the problem is not going to come immediately at least, or you just decide that you don't need to attend to this question, at least now. Something happens, you lose attention and focus from that spark. Please understand, come back to the basic questions. Whatever makes you powerless is basic question, you are not able to face it. Listen. Whatever makes you powerless is a basic question, you are not able to face it. That is the seed of seeking. Whatever makes you powerless is the question you are not able to face it. And deciding to face those questions is seeking. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Whatever makes you powerless, what will happen after death? Will I be all alone during my death? Or in deathbed, all the pain I have to go through, will I be able to handle? Or if suddenly some poverty happens in my life, if I lose some things, what will happen? So the questions which makes you powerless, if you decide not to face them, you push yourself into delusion again and again. If you decide to face them, that is seeking. Understand? I'm defining seeking. Come back to the basic questions of life. What is life? What is death? Before you assumed this body, how your face looked? After this body stops functioning, how you are going to exist and face? These all may be the basic questions of life. Just because you push them under the carpet, the questions cannot disappear. Just because these questions have been asked many times by others, by yourself, or by yourself to you, don't think you know the answer. Sometimes, because we are familiar with some problems, we assume we found the solution for that problem. No. Please listen. Being familiar with that problem does not mean you found a solution for that problem. Being familiar with the problem for quite a long time, because of the familiarity, assuming you know the solution for that problem is delusion. Just because you know a question for last 25 years, you assume you know the solution is delusion. Or you push it under the carpet. And you think, this question, Ramana Maharshi spoke about it. I read when I was the age of 7-year-old boy. And this question only Paramahamsa Nithyananda is talking. What is there? I think I know what he is talking. Understand, familiarity with the problem should not give you the delusion. You know the solution. All alone, when you are in your bed and not sleeping, when you are alone, ask these questions towards you. If death comes tonight, am I prepared to face it? What is life? What is it that gives me such a strong confidence that I am not going to die? I am going to eternally exist. I am not saying your belief that you are going to eternally exist is a lie. No. There is a component in you which is eternally going to exist. Unfortunately, you do not associate yourself with that component permanently. That's all I am trying to remind you. Listen. I'm not asking you to get depressed by thinking about death. I'm not interested in taking away your confidence, which you carry that you are going to exist forever. I'm not interested in taking away that confidence. And the confidence is not false. That's the good news. Yes, you are going to exist eternally, but please decide to associate yourself with that permanently. It is like just by having the fish smell, you imagine you ate fish. Just by having the confidence, which is the smell of the eternal consciousness, you start deluding yourself, you experience that eternal consciousness. That is what I am telling you. Smell is not eating. Please listen. Sometime, if you are planning to eat just for the sake of taste, not because of hunger, even if you enjoy the smell of the hotel, you will feel like you ate already. You won't feel like eating. If you are not really feeling hungry, but you decide to eat just for the sake of taste, or you saw the photographs of that food in the hoarding, in the poster, if you just decide to eat for the sake of taste or for the sake of the way the food looks, even if you enjoy the smell sitting in the hotel for a few minutes, you won't feel like eating, you will be full. Same way, if you are superficially looking into you, what is that, all that? Even the smell of your consciousness, which is confidence. Let me explain. It's a very subtle point I am trying to explain. Listen. There is part of you which never dies, which is eternally alive. Your consciousness, your bioenergy. There is part of you which dies. Unfortunately, you associate yourself with which dies, but you draw confidence from which does not die. It is like just by smelling the food, you feel you ate and you are fulfilled. Smell can never fill your stomach. Listen, only if you eat, it can fill your stomach. Same way, just the confidence of bioenergy that you are never going to die will not make you enlightened. Solve the issue once for all. The confidence of your bioenergy, you are never going to die, will be there till your nail gets broken or you face a small fracture. A hairline crack is enough to take away your confidence that you are eternal, you are not going to die. Please listen. You are eternal, you are not going to die. That confidence is only the smell of your bioenergy, not experience of your bioenergy. Making it as an experience, deciding to make it as an experience is what I call seeking. Listen. Please listen. Once I went and told my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Puri Devi, I went and told her, you are telling me that I am beyond the life and death. She read out Ribu Gita to me that day and explained some of the great truths in Ribu Gita. And I'll strongly recommend all my disciples read Ribu Gita. If you have time, no, make time. If I say if you have time, you will never have time. Make time, read Ribu Gita. It's one of the greatest scripture in Hindu tradition. And she explained to me a concept about immortality. And I went and slept over it. Next day, I went and told her, you explained, but I am afraid whether I'll enter into that space at all, how to enter into that space. She said, please listen, this word is very important for all of you. Just entertain this desire to experience that space so strongly, the fear whether you will experience or not will break. That is the moment you will experience that space. Listen. She told me beautifully, தேடுதலே தேடுபவனை தேடுவதற்கு ஆக்கி கேடில் செய்யும் சக்தி வாய்ந்தது. In Tamil she said, I'll translate in English. Seeking is powerful enough to merge the seeker into that which is sought after. She said beautifully, what you are seeking, entertain that is intelligent enough to break the fear whether you will achieve it or not, and make you enter into that space which you are seeking. It was such powerful click for me, I tell you. This is the key I used to experience everything described in Agama and Tantra and Vedanta and Yoga. This is the master key. This is the master key. There are few master keys I received from my masters, which I used in millions of places and realized the truths. One more master key I received with Ram Surat Kumar, a great yogi. I was sitting next to him. It was a midnight, 2 o'clock in the cremation ground, Amavasya, dark night. Some sound, dog barking or something in the cremation ground in one corner. I asked him slowly, Swamiji, everyone talks about this ghost, bhuta, preta. Are you not afraid of it? How you are handling, what mantra you are doing to protect you from the bhuta, preta? He laughed and just slapped me. He has the habit of, whenever he gets excited, he will slap people. This Ram Suratkumar, whenever he gets excited, he will slap people. He slapped me and said, a fool. You, everything outside me, you and everything outside me, all these are my projection. Me, everything outside you is all your projection. Even we are the projection of each other. Then how can bhuta come without me projecting it outside? Listen, he said beautifully, நீயே நாவழி கொணர்ந்தது, நீயே நாவழி கொணர்ந்ததுன்னா பூத பேய் பிசாசுகள் நாவழி கொணராம எப்படி வர முடியும்? Listen carefully, I'll explain. What he meant, even things which you are seeing in front of you is your projection. Then unless you project, how can a ghost or bhuta or preta can come? He said beautifully, even you are my projection. Unless I project, how can bhuta, preta, pisasha can come separately? It's all our projection. I don't know how, whether it clicked with you guys or not, but the moment he said, the way he said, it just clicked with me. Like a master click, master key. So after that, anytime anybody speaks about bhuta, I only applied this. And maybe in 6 months, the very idea of Bhuta disappeared from me. All this Bhuta, Preta, Pichasha, all that idea, the very idea disappeared from me. Because it clicked so strongly with me. Even the people whom you are seeing, even the things you are experiencing in this world is your projection. Even this is your projection. If you see a Bhuta, Preta, Pichacha or ghost or anything, that is also your own projection. The moment you remember it is your own projection, they will disappear. It was such a strong click in me. For that moment, it clicked with me so much. If something clicks with you the moment your master utters, your heart is waiting for the truth. Understand? Your being was waiting for the truth. When Vibhudananda Puri explained about the seeking, hey, don't worry, just keep the seeking. தேடுபவனுக்கே தேடுவதை சென்றடைய வைக்கும் சக்தி தேடுதலுக்கு கேடிலாது உண்டு. Means that seeking is powerful enough to make the seeker to merge with what is sought after. So you don't need to have something else, or you don't need to worry or entertain any other fear. Will I achieve what I am seeking? It was such a powerful click for me. I think a right word was told to me by the right person when I was in the right temperature. It straight entered into my system. After that, in any of the spiritual practice, there was nothing called impossibility or obstruction or obstacle. She will tell, okay, chant this mantra and realize Bhuvaneshwari. I will not even have a second thought. If I just chant this mantra, will I have darshan of Bhuvaneshwari? How can it be? I will not even have the thought. Even if the thought comes, I'll tell, hey, Mataji told me, my power of seeking, the seeking is powerful enough to make me experience the space I am seeking. So then, I am seeking to experience Devi Bhuvaneshwari, and here is the mantra. This is enough, powerful enough to make me experience the space of Bhuvaneshwari. I don't need to worry whether I am going to have a darshan or not, experience her or not. Come on, let me sit. Over. Because of this confidence and energy and intensity, simply I was mastering different methodologies, techniques, yoga, pranayama, kriya, everything she was teaching. I was just mastering. Because that click became my biomemory. Understand? The other day I was telling in the satsang that our Gurukul kids are going to radiate more and more powers. You may be thinking, oh, to give 1 or 2 powers itself, it took 6 months for Swamiji. How are they going to radiate 400 powers? 400 into 6, 200 years. 400 into 6 months, 200 years. No. Calculation doesn't go in that way. First 1 or 2 powers only, I need to break their SDHD. Self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Then after that, it is only circuit. After that, it is only switching on the different circuits. See, to give this click to me, that your seeking is capable of making you to experience what you are seeking, to give that click to me, She has to work at least 3-4 years with me. But once that click happened, she need not work to make me realize every component of sadhana, every component of spiritual practice, every technique, every tantra, every agama, every spiritual process. She did not need 3 years, and no need for spending 3-4 years for her. Please understand, the first breakthrough reduced the amount of time she need to spend with me to open up certain power or certain technique or certain methodology. After 3-4 powers, she need not even spend time, and she will just initiate me and ask me to practice and come back and report to her. That is why I am saying, for me to open up the first power, second power in the Gurukul kids took 6 months, no doubt. But the next things are not going to take that much, because I already broke some of the major impediments. Some of the major things are already clicked with them. Listen. Today I wanted the definition of seeking to click with you guys, so that I can go on explaining the 400 different powers Mahadeva expresses in Agamas. If I have to explain and make it all as an experience to you guys, I have to give you the breakthrough and help you to click with seeking. So listen, your seeking is complete and powerful enough to put you in the space you are seeking. Without any assistance, external help, or other support. Please listen. Your seeking is independently intelligent enough, without the assistance of technique, support, any other external measures, to give you, to make you experience what you are seeking. When this truth clicked with me, thousands of dvandva vigna got dropped. Listen to this word, dvandva vigna. It means anything you start, you will not do second day, third day. You will learn about Hatha Yoga with all the excitement and inspiration, jump into it first day, second day, Jata Yoga. No, first day Hatha Yoga, second day, Jata Yoga. That dvandva vigna is because of the idea, it may be impractical for me. I may not be capable. How do I know I'm going to achieve it? This lady uttered some mantra and told me, this is Bhuvaneshwari mantra. Who knows whether Bhuvaneshwari is sitting there and this is the right password? The moment I type, she will pick up the call and talk to me. This doubt, this concept of impossibility makes dvandva vigna, means the second day breakup. Dvandva vigna, listen to that word. Most of you have this dvandva vigna problem. You may not know the word, but you know this concept very well. Look in, you will see that he is your closest friend. Dvandva vigna means anything you start, you know, second day, I think this is not going to work for me. Maybe for him, but not for me. That is called Dvandva Vigna. Please understand. By giving this one click to me, that you are seeking is capable enough to give you the experience of what you are seeking without any external help or support. By giving this click, she removed the Dvandva Vigna, this impossibility from me once for all. If she gives me Rajeshwari mantra today, I just know in next 48 hours, I will have darshan of Rajeshwari and I have to go back and report to her. If she gives me Varahi mantra, I just know in next 48 hours, I will have Varahi darshan and go back and report to her. If she gives me the Tidinitya Devi's mantra, I just know I will have to go and sit and practice it and I will have darshan of that and I have to go back and report to her. That idea, it may work out for me, it may not work out for me. The impossibility, whether it is going to happen it for me or not, that she broke. See, when that is taken away, so much of excitement and joy, that very excitement makes the whole path very short. Path is long only when you create hurdles by the self, by yourself. Path is always short when you create only excitement. Only when you produce excitement, path is always short. Understand? Out of the food you ate, if you produce only energy, life is always exciting. But if you start producing gas, life is always tiring. The same thing. Out of your thought current, if you produce only energy, excitement, sadhana is always great, exciting, enjoying, beautiful. But out of the same thought current, if you produce again and again impossibility, SDHD, spiritual practice is tiresome. Who knows what is happening? Who knows what is true? What is wrong? What is right? Will I have it? Will I get it? Or maybe it worked for him in those days when his body was without toxins. Now, who knows? My body is full of toxin. And will the same process work for me? You will have 1,000 stupid questions to make you strongly believe it is not possible, at least for you. That is what I call Dvandva Vigna. The second day, over, break up. If you fought with your girlfriend and did not pick up her calls one night, 40 times she broke up with you, and 41 times she has come back to you. If she is too emotional, 80 times. If you are smiling, it is clicking with you. Understand? Really? That is exactly the way you deal with the spiritual practice also. You have 1,000 questions to make you feel it is impossible. At least within 3-4 days, you are convinced if it is not second day or third day. Within 3-4 days, you know, this is not for me. Over. I tell you, liberating me from the Dvandva Vigna mental setup is the greatest thing my Guru has done to me. With this one click, somehow this one word strongly clicked into me. Seeking is powerful enough to take me to the space I am seeking without any other support, help, or technique or methodology. This was so powerfully sitting inside me. Any doubt, this is like a bullet, patak. It will open up and finish the doubt. I tell you, if this one truth clicks with you all, I can guarantee this next 400 powers I am revealing, it will all become experience for you guys, not just satsang. Not just satsang. It will be an experiential process. Just this one click has to happen inside you guys. You are seeking is powerful enough to make you experience the space you are seeking, because that confidence, you will simply start realizing every technique given to you without killing them. The moment you decide impossible, the seed is burnt. The seed I put inside you, that is burnt. It can never sprout again. The moment you decide, no question of impossibility. My seeking is powerful enough to make me experience the space I am seeking without any external support, without any intelligence input. I neither need intel help or mental help, and I can achieve it. This one click will make your sadhana exciting, inspiring, and no impossibilities. Straight go ahead, forward. I tell you, at least 1,000 techniques I would have practiced and realized its conclusion and completion just because of this one key. Whenever even the most difficult spiritual sadhana I'm initiated also, if the doubt comes, I know immediately this key will come up. My seeking is capable of making me experience what I am seeking. Nothing else is required. This click, that's it. All this impossible will just disappear. Will just disappear. Understand. If this one truth clicks with you guys, you don't need to have any other worry in the life. Consider yourself already liberated and enlightened. Because this one click is so powerful. It can destroy any obstacle cooked up by you or put inside you by your husband. No, this truth is so powerful, it can clear the doubt put inside you by your husband and wife. Even your husband cannot take away your confidence. Even your wife cannot take away your confidence. No one can take away your confidence. If this one thing clicks with you, really, I'm telling you, when my guru initiates me into the sadhana of Subramanya, even if 1 minute the idea crashes, how do I know that I'm going to achieve it? How do I know I'm going to experience Subramanya, have darshan of Subramanya? Immediately it will open up. My seeking is powerful enough to make me experience what I am seeking. So I don't need to worry whether I'm going to achieve it or not, whether I am capable of reaching it out or not. Let me start. That's it. Just this one click. How many thousands of obstacles I crossed. There are some stupid mind. Oh, they will tell like this only. But with that also, finally, you only have to work hard and reach out now. With this one idea, they made me work so much. You can complain. I tell you, be aware of negative people. They have a problem for every solution. No, just like I have solution for every problem, I know there are people, they have problem for every solution. Really. I don't know how they spend their time specially to find problem for every solution. Give any solution, they have a problem. Ready. Listen. Essence of today's satsang is you are capable. Your seeking is powerful enough to make you reach whatever you are seeking independent of any external help. Without any external support and help, your seeking is powerful enough to make you experience the space you are seeking. Meditate on this. Just meditate on this one truth. If this one truth clicks with you, that is enough. I can guide you into this 400 powers of Mahadeva. What 400 powers of Mahadeva? I can guide you guys into Mahadeva himself. Just this one truth has to strongly click with you guys. Your seeking is capable enough of making you experience the space you are seeking without any external help, assistance, or input by just its own intelligence. That's all need to click with you. If this one truth clicks with you guys, that is enough. I can lead you into what Mahadeva describes in Agama, living Shuddhadvaita, living pure Advaita, manifesting the experiences and powers of Advaita. Manifesting experiences and powers of Advaita. Understand, be informed. I'm very seriously manifesting all these powers, very sincerely manifesting for the sake of training this first batch of Balasans. So I'm opening the shop, which is free. It is now your decision to seek is going to make you experience all this. Listen, I am opening it. Now your decision to seek will make you experience it. That is why I am saying, meditate on this one truth. Tonight when you go and lie down, see, I'll describe seeking in a much more practical sense. It can start in as simple as when you look at the sky, what is there? So much. Beyond all this, what is there? It can start even with that simple question. any question you have about this four: universe, self, God, and universe which you are perceiving, nature. The part which you are not perceiving is universe. The part which you are perceiving is nature. So let me repeat. Any question you have about universe which you can't perceive, God, self, and nature, Prakriti. In these four, any question you have about these four can provoke seeking in you, can invoke seeking in you. Go behind that question. Decide to align your life with the answer you are finding. Listen. Having deep question about any one of these four or all these four is seeking. Deciding to go behind the answer is courage. Deciding to align your life to this answer by renouncing unnecessary things is vairagya. Understand? Having questions about these four is seeking. Deciding to go behind the questions is courage. Deciding to leave all the other unnecessary things behind and align your life to the answers you will discover is vairagya. Invoke seeking, that is enough. You don't need to be worried about vairagya, courage, all that now. You can never teach about delivering a baby to a small girl. Oh God, such big baby from my tummy will come out. No, 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 I don't want that. Only when she comes to that age, when she can understand, only then you can explain and make her understand. Now you don't need to talk about that. Same way, till the seeking flowers in you guys, I don't want to talk about renunciation. Immediately you will ask, oh, do I need to give up all my family, everything to become a sannyasi? And only then will I have a seeking? Will I have enlightenment? No, I am not going to talk to you about that now. That is what is going to happen later. That is different. But now I am not going to talk about it to you now. Because anything you speak in a premature way, people may get frightened and disappear. I'm not going to say that is what is going to happen later, or that is what will happen, or that it may not happen. Let me keep it in suspense. Why unnecessarily frighten you guys? But all I am trying to tell you is, now awaken seeking. That's enough. Awaken seeking. That's enough. Understand the seeking is intelligent enough, efficient enough, powerful enough for you to experience the space you are seeking. This clarity, the basic questions of life, not pushing them under the carpet, facing them even if they make you powerless. is seeking. Rekindle that in your life. Awaken that in your life. I can give you one more explanation also. Decide whatever truths your master, when he utters, whatever truth clicks with you, if you decide to start living them, aligning your thinking and lifestyle to that truth, even then your seeking will become intense. Listen. For example, you are thinking about death. If you think on your own and try to find out what will happen, that is also seeking. Or your master says, don't worry. When once you die, you will only be with me. You will be with me in the KAILASA, don't worry. If suddenly that answer clicks with you and you start aligning yourself to that answer, thinking that answer, cherishing that answer, enjoying that answer, planning for that space in your inner space, even that will intensify your seeking. Either seeking on your own or the answers your master gave, cherishing them, entertaining them, enjoying them, enriching them, encouraging them in your system, even that will intensify your seeking. Then naturally you will start thinking how the Kailash will look. Will I have western toilet or eastern toilet there? Or will I not have 1, 2, 3 at all in the Kailash? Or will I have food and no 1, 2, 3? Or no food, no 1, 2, 3? Or food, no 1, 2, 3? What is the combination? Will I have pain and pleasure? Or will I have only pleasure and no pain? Or will I have only pain and no pleasure? Even if these questions will invoke seeking in you, understand. Then what is the best way I can prepare to go there? Should I be lean so that I can be flown immediately? Or should I have a heavy weight so that I can be carried on the Nandi? What will be the transport? How should I be? Even though these questions look very playful, when you sit and talk it out inside you, within you, they will all start provoking many of the corners of you which you have not attended. Listen, many of the corners of you which you have not attended will be provoked. That is what I call seeking. That just melts you. That will bring intensity in you. You will no more be inauthentic in any of your action. In any of your action, you will no more be inauthentic. Before doing every action, you will ask yourself, is this going to intensify my seeking and help me to reach where I want to go? Intensifying the seeking, intensifying the seeking. Authenticity means all your actions aligned to seeking. So essence of today's satsang is look, meditate on this one truth. Today's essence of today's satsang